my little couch potatoes. Happy Friday, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. How are we all doing this morning? I'm doing pretty well. Pretty well. Sorry I was a few minutes late. I had to help little Llama before he left for school and make some more coffee because that's what's most important. Oh, good morning, Lady and Gray. Good morning. Good morning, 80s music man. Hope you all are doing well. I had a hard time getting out of bed this morning, I'll be quite honest. It was so comfy and wonderful. But then I remembered it's Jen McCabe and all of you guys. So I did my best and got out. More coffee, yes, it's always essential. Always essential. Um, Today, yesterday we rewatched Jen McCabe's testimony from trial number one because I hadn't watched the first trial and neither did some other people. And everyone was like, Llama, you gotta watch this. You gotta watch and see how different it is. So that's what we did yesterday. And oh, wow. Oh, wow. Was she a hostile witness? That's that's how you describe it in the trial world. Hostile. She's the most hostile witness I've ever seen on stand ever. Ever. It was something. Is she like that this time around? Not so much. She's had a few moments, but not at the same level. She's still asked to see absolutely everything, and she seems to not remember as much this time around. Um, she has a little bit of a snarky back and forth with Jackson, but we'll see how today goes. Because one of the things we took from watching yesterday is that there's still a lot of stuff that Jackson hasn't even asked her about yet, that we don't even know about in the trial. So and that seemed to be where she got really, really spiced up in those questions. So we'll see if Jackson gets to it today. On Wednesday, he said he had about 2 hours of cross to do with her. Could be longer. And Brennan was like, yeah, I'll probably need like 20 minutes, depending how his cross goes. Like, sir, he's going to wipe the floor with her. Good morning, Polly. Good morning. Um, So that's what we have to look forward to today. Um, I think she's going to be on the stand till at least lunch, but you never know. Brennan did say he'd have other witnesses there, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Now, I do have some hot goss for you guys because I was perusing around Reddit last night, and guess what I stumbled across? You all remember Sherry Papini? Do you guys remember her? She is the woman out in California who faked her own kidnapping. Um, and her husband and children believed it. She blamed it on two Latino women, said she was being sex trafficked, all that jazz. And she was actually with an ex-boyfriend, I think in Colorado. And basically, she made the whole thing up. She did her own self-inflicting wounds. It was a whole thing. Yes. Oh boy, that woman. Okay. So she also just did some time in prison. She's out now for falsifying. She pled guilty. They didn't even do a trial. She just took a plea deal, pled guilty, did time in prison for it. She's out now. And guess what? She's going to be on her own documentary to tell her side, to tell her truth, everybody. That's right. Another notorious liar, just like Casey Anthony, is now going to be on a documentary trying to convince us that they're not a liar, liar, pants on fire. I don't know what she could possibly have to say to convince anyone that she didn't just lie about the whole thing. But apparently she has things to say. Zoe, you are going to have to wait. Sorry. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. So that documentary is supposed to come out on the ID channel. I think it said May 26th, 27th. So I have a feeling we're probably going to watch that over in the Courtyard. The Courtyard is our Discord server that we run. So I imagine we're probably going to watch that. And if you want to watch it with some friends who are also snarky, Join the courtyard. You can find the link in our chat. Because we watch stuff like that all the time. Just hang out. We can't really do that on here. Oh, you can't wait for that? I can't either. Did you all watch the Casey Anthony one where she told her truth? Oh my God, it was so infuriating. Infuriating. Um, Angie says she watched her interrogation videos. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Good morning, Amy Beth. Good morning. So yeah, so we'll definitely be doing that at the end of this month because I can't wait to see it. If you guys don't mind, I am so sorry, but Princess Zoe, y'all are familiar with Princess Zoe, is demanding that she goes outside. So if y'all can give me just one quick second, I will be right back, okay? Everyone, you know how Zoe is. Zoe gets what she wants when she wants it. So she's an old pup. Old pup, old lady. Polly says I want to drop kick my TV during the entire Casey Anthony one. Oh my gosh, isn't that ridiculous? But okay, girl. All right, shoot off. Let's hear what you have to say, Sherry Papini. Um, Good luck with that. So, that's some of the hot goss I have for you guys today about that. I thought you would would enjoy being infuriated with me. Now, earlier this week, I talked to you guys about the mushroom murder. That's what they're calling it. The mushroom murder case in Australia, which is the lady's on trial right now, and they don't stream trials. I'm pretty sure America's the only one who streams their trials. So that's kind of a bummer because I really would have liked to watch this one, but there's a lot of info coming out of court about it. If you guys want, we can read it together. Um, because it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Let me share this tab instead. Now, the sources I have for this are the Guardian and Daily Mail. All right, you guys, I know they're not great. I know they're not great, but it's pretty thorough. So we're gonna stick with these. Um, let's see here. How do I do that? This one. There we go. Okay, well, that one's a little. Nope, don't like that one. Don't like that one either. Okay, we'll do this one. That's fine. Y'all see that good? She apologized and said it was a horrible accident? Oh, are you talking about Casey Anthony? I thought you meant Sherry Papini, but either way, tomato, tomato. All right, so the mushroom murder case out of Australia. So the one's name is Erin Patterson. Okay, and in 2023, she allegedly poisoned family members with some dangerous mushrooms. So let's learn about this lady. It's wild, you guys, because we got some time to kill. Don't worry, I got court running in the background, so we will know the minute it comes live. I also made sure to use a different source today, so hopefully we get to hear the hear ye. All right, so Erin Patterson panicked and lied to police about having never foraged for mushrooms or owning a food hydrator because she was overwhelmed that her lunch guest died after eating food she had cooked. Her lawyer has told a Victorian court. Patterson, 50, faces 3 charges of murder and 1 charge of attempted murder relating to a beef Wellington lunch she served at her house in South Gippsland in 2023. Do you guys watch Gordon Ramsay, like Hell's Kitchen and stuff? They always have to make beef Wellington. I've never had it before, but it looks pretty good. But I hear it's really hard to do because he always yells at people. Lee says, how are poison mushrooms in food you are making an accident? Oh yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. She's also a liar, pants on fire. All right, so Patterson had pled not guilty to murdering or attempting to murder the relatives of her estranged husband, Simon. Okay. She is accused of murdering Simon's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, his aunt, Heather Wilkinson, and attempting to murder Ian Wilkinson, Simon's uncle and Heather's husband. He's also a pastor of the church. Patterson's lawyer, Colin Mandy, told the court on Wednesday during his opening submission that it was also not in dispute that Patterson had never been diagnosed with cancer. The court previously heard Patterson told her lunch guest she had ovarian cancer. But Mandy said an issue in the trial would be how Patterson acted after her lunch guest fell ill, and whether that was reasonable in the circumstances, especially given the extreme public health, media, and police scrutiny. So, if you didn't quite understand that other part, both sides are saying they agree on the fact that she lied about having ovarian cancer, which already makes you a freaking scumbag. So 3 people died because of the food Erin Patterson served that day. How did she feel about that, and how might that have impacted on the way she behaved? It is possible that people might do and say things that are not well thought out and might, in the end, make them look bad. Is it possible a person might lie when they find out people are gravely ill because of food they served up? Oh, that's her defense. Oh, look at how cute they are, Don and Gail. Oh, that's sad. Patterson, who cried a number of times during Wednesday's hearing, again became emotional when Mandy started speaking about her relationship with her children and their closeness to the grandparents who died after eating their lunch. Mandy said it was not an issue that death cap mushrooms caused the deaths. Rather, the main issue was that Patterson did not deliberately serve poisoned food to her guests. Quote, she did not intend to cause any harm to anyone that day. The defense case is this was a tragedy and terrible accident. And she says, never seen mushrooms in a beef Wellington. I've never had it, so I don't know if they're supposed to be in there or not. You know what's not supposed to be in there? Poisonous ones. So I don't think Gordon Ramsay would be very happy about that. So Mandy said that Patterson had also become sick from eating the same meal as her other guests, but was not as unwell. He said she lied to police about never foraging mushrooms, but denied ever having deliberately sought out death cap mushrooms. The court earlier heard that the prosecution will allege Patterson's phone records suggest that she twice visited areas where death cap mushrooms had been reportedly discovered. That's right. She didn't buy them at any store. She went looking for them herself. Now, I've never been mushroom hunting, but I do know people that do go mushroom hunting, and there's a lot of mushrooms that can kill you. Like a lot. Like you really shouldn't be eating any mushrooms out of the wild unless you know about them specifically. And some here's some interesting mushroom facts. So mushrooms can look very, very much alike. There's a Japanese mushroom. I don't remember the name of it, but it looks identical to a poison one that's in Australia. So don't be eating mushrooms you guys find outside without really knowing what you're doing. Where was I? Oh, yes. Her visits corresponded with public posts on the iNaturalist website, which contained images of the mushrooms and information about their respective locations in the town of Loch and Outram. Mandy also said Peterson lied about the dehydrator. Hold on. That was Zoe wanting to come back inside. Oh my goodness. Let me do my bedside. Un momento, please. Zoe, come on. Again, sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Okay, where were we? So Mandy also said Patterson lied about the dehydrator. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, said in her opening submissions that Patterson told police she had never owned a food dehydrator nor dehydrated food, but then said she may have owned one years ago. Convenient. Lady in Gray says, I think the mushrooms are in the past that goes around the exterior of the oh, so like a little filler or something. Okay. She had, in fact, been sharing photos of the dehydrator and her habit of using it to dehydrate mushrooms with Facebook friends she met on a group dedicated to discussing the case of convicted baby killer Kelly Lane. CCTV footage later shows her dumping a dehydrator at a local tip. I don't know what tip means, but forensic analysis later revealed it had her fingerprints on it and contained traces of death cap mushrooms. The disposal of the dehydrator had been done to conceal her actions, Rogers said. Rogers also said that police never recovered a phone used by Patterson at the time of the deadly mushroom lunch, and another phone seized during the investigation was subject to a remote factory reset while they were searching her house. Isn't that convenient? It's almost like I know I'm watching another trial where things mysteriously happen to phones. Oh, that's right, the trial we're watching today, the Karen Reed trial. Funny how that happens. Rogers said Patterson concocted the story regarding medical issues and her cancer to ensure the children were not present for the lunch. Simon was also invited to the lunch at Leongatha on July 29th, 2023. So she wanted to make sure her children weren't there, and her estranged husband also couldn't make it. Patterson served individual beef Wellingtons to her lunch guests, 3 of whom died from death cap poisoning, mushroom poisoning. Rogers said the prosecution also alleged that Patterson had not eaten the same lunch as her guest, but pretended she had the same type of illness to cover this up, had not fed the leftovers to her children, and lied about where she had sourced the mushrooms. Oh, this woman, oh my. The prosecution will not be suggesting there was not a particular motive for the alleged murders and attempted murder. You might be wondering now, why would the accused do this? What is the motive? You might still be wondering this at the end of trial, but motive is not something that has to be proven by the prosecution. You do not have to satisfy what the motive was, or even if there was one, which is very similar to how it is in the state. The prosecution doesn't have to prove motive, but boy, does it help. Because really, that's what everyone wants to know, even if you're on a jury. Why somebody did what they did. So Rogers said in her opening submissions in the case that Patterson had invited Simon and his relatives to her house to discuss medical issues, her fake cancer she had, and how to break the news to her and Simon's 2 children. She invited the group to her lunch during a service at the Courtroom Baptist Church, where Ian was a pastor, on July 16, 2023. The night before the lunch, Simon texted Patterson that he, quote, felt uncomfortable attending, but that he would be happy to discuss her health with her another time. Ooh, somebody's listening to their gut feelings there. Rogers said Patterson responded 5 minutes later, saying she was disappointed and emphasizing the effort she had put into the lunch, which was a special meal of the kind she may not be able to have for some time. Ugh, very, very wanting people to come over. The Wilkinsons had been puzzled about the lunch invite, Rogers said, as they had never visited Patterson's home before. When they arrived, they were shown around the property before being taken into the dining room. Rogers showed a photo of the dining table, which had 6 seats and ran parallel to the kitchen island bench, to the jury during her opening. Patterson served individual beef Wellingtons consisting of a piece of steak covered in mushrooms and encased in a pastry. Oh, look at that. You guys in chat were right. With mashed potato and green beans on 4 large gray plates to her guest. Her meal, however, was served on a smaller, lighter colored plate. Convenience. Convenient. Oh my. They said grace and started the meal. The Wilkinsons ate their meal, with Gail finishing half of hers and Don eating all of his, and the rest of Gail's. Oh. After the meal, Patterson announced she had cancer and asked whether she should tell the children. Patterson had early discussed with Gail that she had a biopsy and other tests taken regarding a lump she had found on her elbow. Okay. The group agreed she could be honest with them, and they prayed together about Patterson telling her children. All the lunch guests started to fall unwell about 11 or 12 hours later, before being transferred to local hospitals and then to intensive care units at the hospital in Melbourne. Rogers said Patterson had an amicable relationship with her husband, despite their 2015 separation, until November 2022. Simon had maintained hope that the couple would reconcile. Oh, we got a fan. We got a fan. Just by the way. Let's see. She said at the time, Patterson asked why Simon had referred to himself as separated on his tax return. And although he said he was willing to amend it, she said she would instead be seeking child support payments. So that seems to be some motivation there. After 4 weeks before the Beef Wellington lunch, Patterson invited Simon and his parents, Don and Gail, to lunch. Simon texted to say he could not come, and the meal passed without incident. After the subsequent Beef Wellington lunch, when all the guests became increasingly unwell, medical experts eventually came to the conclusion the symptoms were in line with death cat poisoning. Patterson also went to the hospital, saying she was suffering from diarrhea. Rogers said Patterson was asked on multiple occasions by medical professionals and others, including Don and Gail's son Matthew, where the mushrooms for the meal had been sourced. She said half were fresh from Woolworths, which is like a grocery store there, and the other half were dried mushrooms bought from an Asian grocer in the Melbourne suburb. She further specified in these conversations that she had bought a 500-gram pack of pre-sliced fresh mushrooms from Woolworths, and that the dried mushrooms had been removed from their packaging and placed in a plastic container after they were bought in April 2023. Patterson says she made a paste with these mushrooms for the meal, in that she had used all the dried mushrooms and not cooked with them previously. But she had them for like several months. If she bought them in April, this happened in July. Because I too hang on to mushrooms for that long, but okay. Rogers said Patterson initially resisted treatment at the hospital and signed a discharge against medical advice form before leaving. The jury was shown a still from CCTV footage of Patterson leaving the hospital. Now, how suspicious is that? People are dying because they ate your food, and then you're at the hospital, and you're like, I'm fine. I don't think I need to, I'm fine. I don't need any medical treatment. I'm fine. It's crazy. Rogers said a doctor at the hospital, Dr. Christopher Webster, was so concerned she had left that he called the police, asking if they could attend her house to force her to return, because that's how freaking serious this is. Patterson returned about 45 minutes later. Patterson told Webster her children, aged 9 and 14, had eaten the leftovers, but that she had scraped the mushroom off, which they just said was in between the beef and the pastry. So how do you scrape that off? But okay. When he insisted they'd be taken from school and assessed, she became very upset. Patterson asked Webster, quote, "Is this really necessary? They don't have symptoms. They didn't eat the mushrooms. I don't want them to be scared or panicked." To which Webster replied, "They can be scared and alive or dead." Soon after, Rogers said the police who had been called by Webster to check on Patterson arrived at her house. One officer spoke to Patterson via mobile phone, and she directed him to where he could find the leftovers of the meal in a brown Woolworths bag in an outside bin. Beale said in his instructions to the jury on Tuesday that Patterson was no longer accused of attempting to murder her estranged husband, however. So that was opening statements. I do have the testimony of her ex-husband pulled up, but I don't think we're going to get into that because I don't want to interrupt, because we got the Sealy fan thing, which, look, in case you didn't know, there it is. See? So we'll wait for that. So there's a little taste of, that's probably not a good way to say that, Llama. We're talking about a poison mushroom case. But there you have the story about the murder mushroom. But what her husband has to say on the stand is very interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's see what you guys said in chat. I'm sorry, I can't do multiple things at one time. Angie, Ramsey just puts a sauce, no pasta, but I'm sure it's prepared different ways. Mushrooms made inside. I've never made one. Oh, you could probably scrape it off, but it has cook there. It's going to transfer. I know, right? It's a paste. You would have to like wash everything off. And then what are you going to feed your kids? Soggy, wet steak and pastry? Crazy. Good morning, JT. Good morning. Yeah, you guys, if you haven't yet, please hit the like video. Be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. That would be super great. It is a very fascinating case. I mean, those opening statements are, oh boy, oh boy, because they're not arguing. All right, they're stating fact that she did serve poisonous mushrooms. It's not up for debate. Both sides agree. They also agree on the fact that she lied about having cancer. So it's not looking great for her. The fact she didn't get medical help, but she ate when everyone else around her is dying and terribly sick, also doesn't look great for her. So to say it's an accident, I don't buy it for 1 second. Even if she was just, let's say she was just cleaning up her tracks, right? Not that she, like, let's say it was an accident, right? And you just found out you poisoned all these people and you're like, holy crap, I'm going to get rid of stuff. It's a horrible idea. Don't do that. Because it makes you look guilty AF. But okay, it still doesn't explain why you neglect to get medical attention. And why, when you said you fed this to your kid, you didn't want them to get medical attention. By the way, the children never ate it. She lied. It was all still there in the bag. I don't think they explained that very well, but yeah. Throne of Lies. Yes, I guess today's the morning of Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire. And we got Jim McCabe coming on the stand. So that is definitely not the way to get a jury on your side. No, no, no. No. Why would you lie about having cancer? Who does that? Evil people. I agree. Maybe it goes towards why she didn't want the children there, right? Because they said that she wanted to have them over to talk about how she should tell the children. I don't know how old the children are. And so I guess that's why she lied about it. I don't know. But people that do that are such garbage. Such garbage people. Because they stole a part of her name. Okay, so we're gonna have Jen McCabe on the stand today. I'm so excited and ready. And what are you guys thinking so far about Jen McCabe's testimony here in the second trial? Because some people were saying that the first jury found her to be credible, which I find fascinating, right? Because if you find her credible, remember, she said that the stuff that was deleted off her phone, she doesn't know how it happened, all the phone calls, the Google search, she doesn't know. She would never do that, but don't worry, she would delete all of her text messages between her daughters because the police said it was fine. She then said, oh, the investigators didn't write down my statements correctly. So if you believe her, okay, and find her credible, then how can you would struggle with the experts for cell phone data, and then how could you find the police credible if they weren't writing down what she supposedly said she told everyone about? So I don't see how people can find her that credible, but look what we got, y'all.
This is Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Giannetti? Yes, please. Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
Oh, of course. Of course. That's okay. That gives me a second to make my little banner that I forgot to do today. On the stand, Jen McCabe. Oh, I hope this is so good. camera guy. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. There we go. All right. Court reporter Bain is back. Yes. Lady Grace says, that's why I don't understand the Commonwealth strategy. If Jen is truthful and Ellie messed up, how can you trust anything in their investigation? How does that help? Exactly. Exactly. And especially if you don't find the investigators credible because they messed everything up, it really shouldn't go on freaking any of Jen's testimony. That's crazy to me. Oh, thank you. Also, why I was a few minutes late today. Thank you. um, I mean, yeah, if the LEO didn't write down, multiple officers apparently didn't write it down. I guess that's the problem with this case. I think I get what everyone was talking about, how like it doesn't even matter. Some people buy into the conspiracy theory part, but really it doesn't even matter. It's such a shitty investigation. It doesn't matter. So we'll see. I hope we get an ME soon because that's really my thing I'm stuck with right now is that it doesn't seem like he was hit by a car based on what I saw. I'm not a doctor, but it's not hard to put together. There's a whole lot of doubt, Amy, that there is. I hope the jury sees that right. Like it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And it only takes a few things to get you to have to question that, right? Sometimes it's only one thing. But I do think this is going to be another hung jury. I really, really do. It's not going to be not guilty. There's no way that 12 people are going to agree on not guilty. Correct bottom line, legally speaking, all the reasonable doubt is there, and that's pretty much all there needs to be. Exactly. It's not up to the defense to prove innocent. Commonwealth to prove guilty is. It's very true. Lady Gray says the previous jury applied reasonable doubt to the Commonwealth, not the defendant, where it applies. The Commonwealth does not get reasonable doubt. Again, I question the foreman's influence. In case y'all didn't know, the foreman was a retired law enforcement officer. Blows my mind. Blows my mind how you got a retired LEO on the jury for a case like this that's all about cops. Like, ugh, okay. Looks like they're keeping Paul in the back. Yeah, he was banished to the back row for apparently saying things under his breath. Because Karen says right there, it's such a weird, uncomfortable court setup. Everyone is so close together. It's so claustrophobic. I would hate to be there. I would hate it. But yeah, and the Commonwealth has done a horrible job with this trial so far. Their witnesses are all weird and out of order, and it doesn't make sense to me why he's calling them the way that he is. Because again, I didn't watch the first trial at all. I don't really know much about the Karen Reed story. I mean, I do now that we've been like watching it, but when we started on day one, both me and Annie, who's been on a lot, like we are like, what are they even trying to tell us? We have no idea what they're trying to talk about. So there. And speaking of, good morning, Annie. Good morning. It was intimidation anyway, sitting right next to her. Yes, I don't understand why John's family is sitting where they are instead of behind her, because that is very intimidating. And also, the jury, right? Every time they look at the defendant, they see the victim's family right behind her. Right behind her. And that doesn't seem great. That doesn't seem good at all. So it's very weird to me that they would allow them to sit right there. And it's okay. I don't understand why they're sitting there, because it's not like, oh, so they can see the TV, because guess what? The TV is like right behind all of them. So I really don't understand why they get to sit there. Where they're seeing, they can't even see the big screen. Yes, right, Lady in Gray. Exactly. Exactly. So, oh, do I have this on mute? No.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Ooh, we're gonna hear it this morning, guys.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Oh, Bev, if we're gonna talk about scheduling, please let the class know, because I would like to know today what my schedule is gonna be like next week, please and thank you. That would be great. That would be really great. So that way I'll know if we have any off days. Because yesterday was such a fun day going back and watching the first trial that I think if we have any days off or half days, we might go back and watch some of the other testimony from other witnesses. I've been told that Trooper Paul's one to watch, Proctor, of course. Who was the other one? There was a few. You all gave me quite a few in the chat. So, maybe we might do that when they have half days or
I do.
whole days
Thank
off.
you, Chrissy.
Higgins. That's right. Brian Higgins. Thank you,
Did you
chat.
see this?
Thank you.
And then I'll take it back whenever.
I also wish they had the stand like right by them in the first one. Now it's all the way back in the corner and it's weird. Just put him in here.
Tori.
Oh, interesting, Lady in Gray. Interesting, but I feel like psychologically is that fair? Right? Because remember, they're not supposed to think with emotions, the jurors. Oh, well, okay. The more you know. They took face your accusers very literally back then. Yes, they did. Or do, still. I don't know. Massachusetts is a weird place. Oh. Here comes the jury.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Good, because I need more coffee. Oh, ceiling fan. I don't think it's fair either, leading. I don't see how that's okay. And not just for Karen's case, any case. That seems a little.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR
I love it so
117.
much.
The parties are present, our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Marie. Good morning, jurors.
Where she does
I
this,
have
I'm gonna
to
go get
ask
some
you
more
those
coffee.
3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Whatever you want.
I thank you. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you in fact did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read, sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
McCabe, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
All right, I spilled coffee all over my desk. It's going to be a great day.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview, 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Oh my God. Woman, please.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
As if you haven't seen it numerous times already since you asked for it every
Thank you.
single time.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Look at her being all meek this time around. Gosh, what a difference between what we watched yesterday and today. At the very least, she frustrates the hell out of me. Because you know she's not going to answer his questions still. Exactly. There's no reason for her to be this evasive. There's no danger to answering yes if that is the answer. Hasn't she ever heard of cover-up is worse than the crime? I agree. Why can't you just answer the question? Totally different. I do like her hair better. Her hair looks really good on her. Much better than the previous one.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
I'd like to be heard. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is ugh. Oh, she annoys me. She annoys me so much. Oh, gosh, can I read the report? Can I read it first? Ma'am, you have said you've told the story to everyone all of the time. You have an excellent memory for certain things, not for others, though. You have a certain, when it comes to anything Karen has said, you remember all of it, though you don't remember texting or calling people, I guess. But yeah, she is definitely trying to really tone herself down a lot. A lot. I wonder if Jackson is going to push her a little bit, though, to show, you can only keep it down for so long. Because she did this in the last trial, too. Let me see everything. It's so annoying. And don't get me wrong, you probably shouldn't just take somebody's word for it, especially defense attorneys, because they are going to, both sides, both prosecution and defense, are going to use your words in a way that benefits them. But literally, woman, get a grip, okay? It doesn't have to be every single question. And even though you've toned down your attitude, this is not helping you. Still not helping you. That you have to be reminded of every single little thing. It's so annoying. But you guys, she's just a mom. They're all just a bunch of moms. I'm sorry, that phrase really annoys me. I'm a mom, okay? But that phrase really annoys me because guess what? There's a lot of shitty moms out there. Just because you're a mom does not mean that you are like above everyone else. You're innocent. Like it's so annoying when people say that. Because guess what, guys? We watch a lot of true crime and trials, and you know what? There's a lot of shitty moms out there. A lot of shitty moms out in the world. They're not great just because they're a mom. Ugh. It's so annoying. Oh, yes, excellent point. The greatest mom of all time, Lori frickin' Vallow. Oh my gosh. Right? Evidence, Women on Death Row series. That's right. Majority of women on death row, guess why they're there? Killing the kids. Killing their kids. Or the other show that Terry did, Dearest Mothers, also all about women killing their kids. All mothers, guess what? Just can't use that for everything. Yes, Lady in Gray, I think that too. I think that too.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
talking?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Whom
Jen.
did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
if you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this, I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question, I'm just not sure of my
Then
exact words on that
say
day.
it.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question.
Good morning,
Answering
Bells.
these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've
ain't answering
testified
shit.
multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can
Oh.
tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Oh,
Yeah, Coach.
Then fucking say it.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
oh my gosh, you guys.
I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection, look at your transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
She is such a faker. I know the answer to that question, but she just wants to say a narrative all the time, make her look like she is just some innocent person and all this. And you might be, babes. You might be. But you are so evasive. Oh my gosh, and defensive. And I'm already frustrated with her this morning. And then she's like, I need to know what the question is. It's because you just went on a narrative for 2 minutes. Because you wanted to say what you wanted to say and not what he actually asked you. Every single time.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning,
morning, Buffy.
Who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I
answer.
spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same.
Then
The
say
wording
the
may be
answer.
different.
You done?
You done?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
But let's move on.
Wait, I'm trying, all right.
You done?
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister
made
wasn't as important in my ingrained in my
timeline.
mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't
Even
say
though you made a
nefarious. Why would
timeline.
you use the word nefarious?
That morning.
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're
Get her,
insinuating
AJ.
it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
And you just speak in the mic, AJ.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way,
It's right elbow bead.
you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, you have receipts of this, Jackson.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning
Remember, her answer
the plan
never
for
changes.
you to come to your house and go
according
search
to
for
her.
John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to
you
my house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because
Oh,
it would not refresh your recollection.
she doesn't need to see it this time, you guys.
You told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained, and I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, can you come to side that, please?
Oh my gosh. Oh, she is so frustrating today. She is so freaking frustrating. Oh my gosh. Remember, she literally just said like 5 minutes ago, I know exactly what happened. No matter who asks me the question, the answer is always the same. That's what she just said 5 minutes ago. The answer is always the same. Is it though? Because you seem to be like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. I do not like her. She is so full of it today. her docile attitude about everything. Whatever, lady.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But
Or
in
just
fact,
driving in a blizzard.
you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35,
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
Oh,
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question.
Hi,
Do you remember
Claire.
the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
we can do this
Would it
all
refresh your
day.
recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
I love him so much.
As you sit here today, are you
She has a
telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Hmm.
She is the worst.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a two-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan where it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that two-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point, just tell me what is that? What are we looking at?
This is looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Case for identification.
No, that's true. That is true, Lady in Gray.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you, and I apologize.
That's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see your sidebar for a minute about this?
Oh my goodness. These were the same texts we just saw them talk about yesterday. when we were rewatching Jen's testimony from the first trial. Ooh, how many of y'all got high blood pressure right now? Because I'm pretty sure I do. I am so fired up and annoyed by this woman. Oh my goodness. But this is the part yesterday where she started to get really spicy, is when they brought out these text messages and phone calls. And remember, according to Jen, the morning of the 29th, well, at some point during the day on the 29th, her sister, or I'm sorry, her and Carrie, and I think it was Peggy, were working on putting a timeline together. She must be the worst at making timelines, because she doesn't remember when anything really was, or she needs it verified. Did you call your sister at 507? I don't know. But remember, earlier, Wednesday, she said, we were just trying to figure out what happened to our friend. They were playing detective. So it seems like they did a really shitty job then. And she can't remember any of that. Have you guys made timelines before? I have. And when I do, they stick up in here. So, and remember, this was the most traumatic time of her life. And yet, here we are. She is putting on such an act for the jury. Such an act. It's crazy. She makes my head hurt too, Amy. Oh. Notice that she's not. Oh. She just has to explain everything the whole time. I am surprised the judge lets her say some of the things that she's letting her say. Oh, it was Denise. Okay. I don't remember who the trio was putting together the timeline, but remember, they put it together. And then I also liked how she's like, well, if the phone record said I called at 5:07, then that must be true. But wait, she is going to soon say, oh, I didn't make any of those phone calls between the hours of 12 and 1. That got deleted. That's wrong. The record is then wrong. Okay. She can't make up her mind. Oh my goodness. I hope the jury is too, but I don't know, because she's playing the card well, but it's really unbelievable. See, maybe I made a mistake of watching her trial yesterday, or her testimony from the first trial yesterday. I don't know. But wow, she's putting on a show, that's for darn sure. The trial would go much faster if it was a different judge. Go much faster if friggin' Jen would answer some questions. Oh my goodness. And she's testified in 2 grand juries and a trial. She remembers exactly. She said every answer is gonna be the same. Okay, then why are you so combative when they ask you what you said here and there? Well, I don't remember. You don't need to remember if you just said the answer is always going to be the same. There's nothing to remember. Oh my gosh. Sufferable this lady is. Lady in Gray says, I don't remember that Jen called Peggy when the FBI came by. How did I miss that? More importantly, why Peggy? The others I understand, but Peggy seems nefarious. Oh, can we talk about her using the word nefarious? And Jackson this morning has been wonderful when he was like, are you done? Oh, love that guy. Now I see and now I get all the love for Jackson and his snarkiness and how he just like slides it in there. Maybe it's not going to look good in front of the jury, but you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, she's been combative the whole damn time. It's crazy. Except for the feds. She lied to the feds. Remember that. And she had to go brush her teeth. Like, what were you going to do? Make out with the feds? I mean, maybe, but... And she called the DA's office. Yes. And called Peggy. Yeah. Ow. I don't know what that was. That was weird. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. So she said that, or they said that the phone call with her sister was at 5:07 a.m., which would be before Karen arrives to her house. Yeah, I'm still a little jumbled in this timeline here, but it said that the call lasted 38 seconds. And if I remember right from other trials, so that time doesn't include the ring time, right? Is that right, chat? It usually doesn't include the ring time. Either somebody has to pick up or it goes to voicemail, and that counts as time. I could be wrong though, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I don't know. Somebody feel free to correct me. Like a butt. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the butt dials yet. Oh my gosh, you guys. I learned about the butt dials yesterday. How unfreaking believable. You claim to have, how many was it? Like six butt dials in a row? Okay. Okay, Jen. Okay. Oh my gosh. I can tell the chat's frustrated with her testimony too. I am. I wasn't expecting to feel this like with her today, but now I get it. Now I get it. It's the butt answer by Higgins and Kevin Albert. That's interesting. Yeah, I heard there's everyone's butt dialing everyone on the early morning hours of January 29th. It must be something in that area, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. All right, well, you know where to find us, Angie. We'll be here, probably still frustrated with Jen McCabe. Oh my goodness. She is something else. How many of y'all in chat think she's putting on a little, I'm an innocent show for the jury? Because I do. I do not believe she is being her authentic self at all. At all. Oh yeah, she's trying to. She is trying to. Oh, it's a show, all right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. While we're waiting, what are you guys doing this weekend? You guys have any fun weekend plans? I think me, Elbow Feet, and Little Llama are gonna go see the Thunderbolts. Very excited about that.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll get to that later. Thank you for the reminder, Angie. Next sidebar that we'll probably have 5 minutes from now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the
I don't know, Claire.
January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret,
All right.
the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Come on, camera guy. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll
Enhance.
take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Agreed, Bobby.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment.
Interesting.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
I'm surprised she didn't ask to see a calendar to confirm. Fresh your memory.
8 pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got the copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar?
It is, Your Honor.
I will say that first text message is very. Carrie kept it simple. Why would you say that? Especially, didn't she say that maybe it was her interviewing with the FBI. She was like, Carrie told him everything. It's a weird thing to say. Oh, did you see that reaction? What? Whatever's there, she doesn't like it. Oh, okay. This is gonna be good. I mean, they're gonna go on the screen, girl.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ooh, she's nervous about this.
May I
Look
stand
at
with the-
look at those deer in the headlights eyes.
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I
McCabe?
do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked.
Okay.
Look at her, just
Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay,
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay, and does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st?
Interesting.
Starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon,
Morning, Terry.
ending about 5 or 5:30 that evening.
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
oh, this time she'll take his word for it.
First one. or
Oh,
two.
yeah.
If you don't
February
have one,
1st, yeah.
that one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes,
How does this be marked
right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence?
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that can come into evidence.
48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand? Does
Yes.
it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes,
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to
Good
the next
morning,
text.
blessed assurance. Good morning. Prepare yourself. It's frustrating. Good morning.
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes,
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes,
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry, C.F. McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes,
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
The guy.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Yeah, I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is in
Yes.
response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text,
Hi,
please.
Amy. Hi, babes. In time for the crazy infuriatingness.
Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
I'm
Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
We forgot about the cat.
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
You know it's Karen, right?
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
Yikes.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text
Previous-
above.
The previous text?
Yeah. Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked, so.
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes,
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone. This is
Yes.
in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay. So you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
Okay. Don't forget, words matter.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
But their friend's dead, don't forget. They're trying to solve it. But that basketball game.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
have?
it is.
Mayor Kochar.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely, disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh boy. Amy, have you been watching all morning or not? No? Oh, okay. She's been very evasive this morning. Still chill-ish, but very evasive. Oh my, let's talk about those texts, you guys. I don't think we watched them yesterday. I don't think they brought them up on screen yesterday. I don't even think they did all of them. The one between her and her sister where Carrie, they said something like Carrie's talking and she's keeping it simple. And oh, maybe we shouldn't text about it sort of thing. I don't remember seeing that yesterday in her testimony. It doesn't look great. And I like her new definition of everything. Well, I heard bits and pieces. Ma'am, you know you were listening in on that. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest. And oh, and the part where they were like, oh, there's a reporter. This is what you should say. It's very interesting.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that
Look
you
who else is
heard
here, guys.
or overheard with another
Buffy.
witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline. Right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is blocked. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went, correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes,
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
yes.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes,
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, it's Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
yes,
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
yes,
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
yes,
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off,
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
that I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
Another person that's wrong.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't...
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Goodness.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left, we had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time.
Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So the Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Exhibit L for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Chrissy.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McLean?
Sure.
Just in time for another sidebar.
Just in time for another sidebar.
Just in time for another sidebar. Oh boy. Buffy, I'm so glad you're here. Amy, I'm so glad you're here. Enjoying this craziness. That is Jim McCabe. You guys have any thoughts so far?
I mean, I feel like it's the same thing we saw last trial. I mean, besides the text messages between her and Julie, or not Julie, Nicole. We didn't see those. So
I like how, again, who was the one officer? She was like, he was wrong.
they're all wrong.
They're all wrong.
They're
According
all
to
wrong.
Jack.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You're a little quiet, but that's okay. Oh, look who's here. Hey, Shanka. Good morning. Good morning. The fan dance. Yeah, everybody do their stretches. I need to take some ibuprofen because my back hurts. I'm going to be quite honest. It is very uncomfortable today. Belle says your volume's too high, Buffy. Okay.
I just have a big mouth.
I think I think she's fine. For me, you know that Buffy. She's a chatter, just like Carrie.
I am a talker.
I am a talker. Oh my goodness.
She's a talker.
Shunka says, I know I'm late. Is Jensel being evasive? Yes. Actually, her name should be Jinvasive because
I like it.
that is all she is. That's right. Buffy could also write a book
Mm,
for sure.
about
Just like
what?
you guys. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically they are covering all this up. Carrie is like the perfect person to get involved and tell everything, right? Because they didn't even know her, but she was like there that morning. So
I don't believe for a second that Jen didn't know her.
I don't see how she didn't know her either. They all freaking knew each other. How did she not know Carrie? Jinvasive. Yes, that's what we're gonna call her now. Jinvasive. She's the queen of it, really. Um, I'm just saying, like, Carrie at that point, right? Wouldn't she start believing everything that everyone told her? Because the reason I think that is because, like, how excited they kind of responded in those texts about her telling everything to them. I just think it's interesting.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
That's hilarious. Jinvasive.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I love
I
that,
do,
Amy.
yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
Thank you.
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time? What's the date of that? pinpoint?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
Thank you, Shanka.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running,
Yes.
heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes. I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I'd have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lang's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lang's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lang's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lang's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Of course.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lang's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain
Foggy.
details I may
But
have
believe
forgotten.
everything else I
And
said.
all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding
I'm
this?
asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
that I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. And this will be again if you just hold on.
Break this way, jurors.
15, 20-minute break. Oh boy. All right, so we're on a break now for 15, 20 minutes. Could be 40 minutes. Let me mute that. Oh boy.
It's like always 40 minutes. It's like 15 turns into like 40.
Right.
I mean,
Stop covering your face.
oh no, it's better that way.
Not true. Not true. Okay, so they're saying that they went from John's house back over to her sister's and then went to Link's house to drop off Carrie's daughter. But they're implying that they stopped at her sister's house. But she says, no, no, no. We're just driving by slowly. I don't remember that. You don't remember stopping or slowly driving past the scene of your friend who just died there. Slipped your mind.
Didn't they ask this question of Carrie yesterday?
I
Or
feel
like
like-
during hers? I feel like they did. I feel like I remember she saying that no, we didn't.
Hmm.
I don't know if I'm making that up or I'm completing testimonies.
I don't know. I think I know why they spaced Carrie and Jen out, though. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, Terry has so much to say.
We're
Uh,
listening.
We're listening, Terry. You know where to find us. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this morning. Oh my gosh.
Terry rants are funny.
Terry rants are funny. Jenna is so... I don't like her. And you know what? I do think that they did not like Karen. I forget who put it in chat earlier. Somebody said they didn't like Karen because she was an independent, successful woman leading a different lifestyle than the stay-at-home mom lifestyle, which, yeah, that's a real thing. That's a very real thing, which doesn't make sense,
My
right? Because people can do whatever they want. But
My instincts tell me that Karen isn't a gossiper either.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you not hear me?
No, I
Oh
can hear
no,
you.
I can hear you.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah, Karen
Yeah,
doesn't really fit
I'm-
in with that
I'm
lifestyle.
thinking Karen isn't one of those.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, they seem to kind of be the kind that like their entire identity is being a mom and being associated with like law enforcement or married to. I don't remember what Matt does, but during the lunch break, we'll go over Cappen's. Oh, I guess we could do it now. Actually, do you guys want to do it now? Go over the family tree that Cappen put together for us because it might be helpful because they name dropped a lot of people today.
Oh. They always do.
Because I keep getting what Chris and Kevin mixed up. I don't even know who Kevin is. Let me see if I can.
Kevin
find-
Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Albert. There's a lot of Alberts.
And they all have, basic
Still am
names.
not awake.
Oh, hold on. I
Wow.
swear, Canva is being such a pain for me today. Over it. Okay.
But do y'all see how different her demeanor is? Like, you're not seeing the same testimony from last time. Or
No.
at least the same demeanor anyway. Like she's pulling it back a little.
Oh, she's just trying to be so meek the whole
Thank
time.
you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't remember. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Ugh. And her constantly looking at the jury, like every time she wants to tell how she's been like wronged or it's wrong. And her looking at the jury like that is, I hate it. I don't.
I
like
tried mocking that in my camera to you guys while it was happening, but I don't know if it came across that way.
Oh, her
I was like,
and she looks down at like Brennan a lot. Like she's waiting for him to object. Like, say something. So I don't know the answer to this question.
so where was she and Carrie going? Like, why were they together in the first place? I'm assuming this was like after.
Well, yeah.
Days
this is like
after, right?
This is the next day. They found him on the 29th.
Okay.
This
So
was the 30th.
if they really weren't friends, then
They're
why would
trauma bonded, girl.
that instantaneously? I mean, I get it over time, but like, I don't know.
Well, that you're going to keep someone close if you think they can help you in your story. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's my whole point. That the fact that they were together and she was going with her to some friend's house that she didn't even know. Like, why were you even there? What were you even doing together in the first place that day?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why?
That's a question that pops in my mind anyway.
I have so many questions.
I mean, many people in this chat, I am trauma bonded with.
Hey, Cap, if you're listening, can you DM me the link to this family chart thing? Because I can't seem to find it in my Canva. And Canva just changed the layout of everything since 8:25 this morning. So if you could just DM me that link, babes, I appreciate it.
I wish we could see all of the text messages. I know she read some, but I want like a PowerPoint presentation with emojis and GIFs.
Mm-hmm.
I want to
And
see
GIFs.
everything. I want to see it all.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it. It's like, see everything else that we've made. So that's fun. What am
The
I
only
gonna do?
thing that I'm confused about
I found it.
is that
You got it, Amy?
AJ keeps trying to say like everything you say is wrong, or like the cops are not putting in the report,
Mm-hmm.
putting the right stuff in the report. So are you trying to say she's a liar? Or you're trying to say the cops are bad? Are you trying to say both? What are you trying to say? Like, are the
Mhm.
cops right? Or are you right? And I don't know if he's making like, are you arguing both points? Everybody's wrong.
I think that's what we're supposed to end up getting, right? Is that everyone doesn't seem to
I see you
be
in it, Tara.
on the same page. No, that could be Cap'n. Remember, she uses it's going to say my name. It's not me, I promise. Hold on, she sent me the link here, so it's okay.
Everybody's wrong. And maybe that's just the point. Everything's wrong, so nobody knows what happens. And the
Mhm.
investigation's just bad, turn it off. Yeah. I don't know. I'm so confused the way this first trial is going.
There we go. Second page. Okay.
Ugh, I have not had any
Got it.
coffee. I want coffee so bad.
Why did you not drink coffee first?
I just woke up and got it on here. I mean, I did my hair and got dressed, and then I got it.
You look lovely this morning.
All right. Let me download
But
this
you
so that
look
we can-
tired. You need some coffee.
I'm tired. I need
There-
coffee.
She brought a computer, but not coffee.
But not her coffee maker. um,
Priorities.
Well, you know,
I
there's a
I
coffee
only have
maker
a-
here, but there's no creamer. I have to
Oh.
have creamer on my coffee.
Kills it for me too.
all right. Here we go. Thank you, Captain, for that. It says I don't know why I couldn't find it in our thing, but thank you. Oh yeah. Okay, this is the right one. Okay, so they have mentioned. Where do I have it pulled up at? Is it? Okay, I guess I can't zoom, and you guys can't see my cursor. So, oh well. So let's talk about. She's in a chat conversation with Matt McCabe, this guy over here, who texted, the guy never went in the house. Again, they seem to not want to reference John by name, ever. And he's talking with Jen, and Brian Albert is in that chat with them, along with Nicole Albert. So those four, they're all in a row right there. Okay. So they're all in a group chat, and they're all like telling Chris, Chris is the other guy. He has like some public service role. He's like a council select man. I don't know what it means for them over there, but that's what he does. But he owns the pizza sub shop next to the two bars they were at that night. And the news was there, and they're like, hey, get Chris to ask some questions to the reporters or whatever, and tell them the guy was never in the house. Which, why are you encouraging people you know to talk to the media? The only reason you want to do that is to get a narrative out. Because why wouldn't you just let the cops talk to the media?
I think they just want to know what they know. You know, like
Well, and of the four brothers, there's Brian, Tim, who Kevin wrote, the one who isn't a cop, I guess. But Kevin is also a cop who apparently drank on the job, and Chris Albert is also a cop. So 3 out of the 4 brothers are cops. The body's found at a cop's house. Was Chris at the house that night? No, because he would be in Teal. Just Brian was there. So then you're telling, so that makes it even more interesting. You're telling Chris, who's a cop,
no,
to
Chris isn't
release.
a cop. Chris is the selectman.
Oh, he's not a cop
Mm-mm.
as well, or was?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well, still, you're telling a public servant of some kind to speak to the media, and that's kind of weird. Especially since they should know better. A city councilman, okay. They call things different there. And so who else do we have in this tree? Who's Julie? So Julie Albert's married to Chris. Oh, they have the son Colin. Tell me more about this Colin guy. Do you think he's going to come up in this? I've heard people talk about him. How old is he?
I have no idea.
Wait.
I have no idea.
So Caitlin Albert is in the Attorney General's office?
She did work at the Attorney General's office.
Ooh.
Do you guys see how deep it goes? It's crazy. Y'all
Yeah.
haven't gotten to all of this yet because they haven't called all these people. We heard from Caitlin and we heard from like, Brian and Nicole and like all that
Caitlin
stuff.
and Tristan are
Cutting through his yard. Okay. Colin has some rumors around him. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of people are related here. And then it says Matt McCabe and his brother Sean McCabe. Sean McCabe apparently texted a journalist referring to the judge as Auntie Bev. So two different brothers, two different sides of the family, apparently, like to talk to the media about things. So that's interesting.
There's a lot of rumor about Colin Albert. All rumor that he was dealing drugs, and Dad knew. And the rumor is that John O'Keefe knew,
Okay.
and that he was kind of, I don't know if he was like telling on him or saying something, but that's a rumor. I don't know that it's ever been brought up. It wasn't brought up in court, hasn't been anywhere else, but there's rumors.
But that kid testified in the first trial, yeah?
But he doesn't remember anything. A lot of his was stuff. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, he's the one that fell and said he
Yes.
busted up all of his knuckles from falling on snow-covered ground. As one does.
He caught himself falling and scratched up his knuckles. He's the one where the bang bang comes from.
I don't know that reference. I'm sorry.
Okay. There's a lot of where he made a video and they played his like social media videos online, and everybody said he's not a fighter, but he was antagonizing people to fight. That was one of the third party culprit that they brought in, because Colin and John did have words about him being in his yard and stuff. I mean, I don't know if I'm convinced on Colin. I look at more Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. That's me personally, but a lot of people are convinced that Colin is involved. I'm not there, but I can see why they would think it.
Interesting.
Yeah, so so I was talking to a friend the other day, and she's like, "Oh, tell me," like she just Google searches. She doesn't know anything about this. Yeah.
Okay.
Not that one. And she's like, "Oh, like tell me more about it." I'm like, "Girl, I can't. Like, I literally can't explain this case. Like, do you have 2 hours? Like, I don't know how to do it without visual aids and dramatic reenactment."
I mean,
because how do you explain this? Like, it's like this person. It's like high school, and so is this and this and this. Like, it's so hard.
He slipped in the driveway or something. Kevin says he left right before John got there, and when he got home, he woke up his parents to kiss them goodnight.
Right.
Wait, but didn't Jen said her daughter drove her and Colin. She drove Colin home. So wouldn't that have been after all of that went down? I'm not sure. Oh, according to the original story. Okay.
Well, it was wasn't it Caitlin Albert that was the last to leave?
Right. Jen drove Sarah and Julie home. Yes. I do remember those names.
They were missing Allie.
Yeah. I thought
Allie
she said it was her daughter.
Allie was the one that drove Colin Albert home, right? Now here we go.
That's what I believe Jen testified. I don't know who the hell Caitlin is, but she said it was her daughter. that drove him home, and she didn't know what time she returned
See?
home.
No, Jen did drive Sarah and Julie. Sarah and Julie Levin. Yeah, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel.
Okay.
That's when Jen drove, but it wasn't. Not see.
So Julie and Sarah, though, they were just there for Brian's birthday. They have no. They're friends of the younger crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
It
Lady in
says-
Gray says when the feds came along and handed over 2,000 pages of docs, everyone's alibis were shot to hell. Ooh, that'll do
I
it.
don't know.
Her daughter's location that night. Okay.
Look at that. Y'all need to come up on here and talk. I apparently am missing large gaps of time like everybody else. So
Shanka says, yeah, Ally McCabe drove Colin to Fairview, and then allegedly Colin called her to pick him back up before everyone else got there.
yeah, I thought that's what I remembered hearing.
Oh boy. Well. Ugh. That's going to be interesting.
But
That is going to be very interesting.
there's still so much more to this trial. There's
They haven't
so
even done a
much
single
more.
investigator yet.
Yeah, there's so much more.
Not
Like I feel like it's been 100 years, but we haven't heard like
Mhm.
like
It's been 2 weeks, yeah.
yeah.
2 weeks,
There's
and
so
they still know
much.
next to nothing. They also haven't even brought in that female EMT that they keep talking, because the only 2 EMTs they've brought so far, I believe, are the ones who picked up Karen after John was already gone, because they were
Mhm.
concerned about her ideations and things like that. I think those are the only, which is weird. That is very weird in a trial, that they're not even bringing the people who found the body first. Like, that's
And I want to say that this that female EMT was one of the first on the stand last night. Well,
really okay.
yeah, she was in the first few days. Let me see.
Let's see. They talked to the one that worked on John too, did they? I just know it was the 2 guys. I remember the first guy because that guy was he was a mess up there. Okay, Caitlin supposedly left last, and it is assumed she took Chloe with her. Okay. So she took the dog, allegedly. They're going in such a weird order.
It was Katie McLaughlin, and she was witness 10. Or maybe 10. I don't know. Let's see. 2. I mean, she was very, very early. She was one at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is Brian Albert going to be a cop? Because he kind of looks like a cop in that picture with that mustache.
Brian
The
Albert.
junior one. Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know what he does.
I love that picture that Captain found for Chloe.
The
It's
dog.
so cute.
I
so
mean,
cute.
allegedly, is that a picture of actually Chloe or a random German Shepherd?
Knowing Captain, it's probably actually Chloe.
Not
She will
actually.
scour the. Oh, not actually Chloe. Oh, well, whoever that dog is very cute. Are there no pictures of Chloe available?
Does Chloe exist?
That's what I was gonna say. I don't mean because Captain. I meant like, is the dog like that secretive? Like that there's not a single picture of this dog. That'd be interesting. Lady in Gray says, Llama, they talked to the EMT that worked on John. He was the one who said furrows. So they've talked to at
Furrows.
least 3 EMTs. Okay. Well,
They
you know
talked
what?
more than that, I believe.
They weren't very significant. Um,
You had Nuttall,
oh, that's fine, Captain. I didn't
firefighter
mind.
Flamati, firefighter Kelly, firefighter Frank Walsh. Then
Can
you
someone put
had
this chart?
Katie McLaughlin. There was a lot that testified last time just from the fire department.
Interesting. Yeah, you know what?
Dana
I'm gonna
Whitley.
put that in our Karen Reed folder. This family tree. So if you haven't, you can join our Discord server. It's called the Courtyard, and we have a bunch of true crime stuff in there. And we watch stuff together and all that. And we have a specific folder for Karen Reed. Blessed Assurance, is that your profile on? Is that the same name on Discord? Because I can tag you on where to find that. Or actually, because I'm doing a live, if one of the mods might. I'm going to put this in the Karen Reed folder, but if somebody can go in general and link you know what to do. You know what to do. And we'll put it in there for y'all. So, Captain did a great job making it. I love it. I love it. And why did they all go out on their son's birthday? It's kind of weird. I guess he's a grown adult, so maybe they did something earlier in the evening, I suppose.
Why did they? I mean, John was celebrating his niece getting into school, so they went out and had drinks. Like, I was like, cool, you're celebrating without her. She stays
Without-
at home. We're gonna go have drinks. We're proud of you. Stay
Yeah.
home. We'll be back.
Very weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. The whole
Oh gosh, yeah, it's really kind of weird. They all like to drink. Boy, do they. Boy, do they.
We heard like Michael Lank testified number 15 in the trial last time. So we had already heard from him by this point last year, like before Jen testified. So all of this was like who he is, and the investigation had already like come up. So that then you know why it's a big deal, and that's
Right?
I think AJ's hinted at it, but I don't think they understand. And I didn't think of Allie until just now, Captain. So it's not your fault, even though we can throw Buffy under the bus.
Throw Buffy under the bus there. Yeah, and all of the driving around that they even did, like the day of and the day after this blizzard. Like, why are you even out on the road trying
There's
to...
a lot of people driving during a blizzard.
It's a little crazy.
After. I mean, but I'm sitting here judging, but New Orleans, these people, we partied during a hurricane, so I'm sitting here judging. Now, will we drive out in the snow? No. Everything shuts down. But a
Oh, thank you,
hurricane,
Lady in Gray.
how
Thank
big
you.
is the hurricane? How bad is it going to be? That just how many drinks do we have to get? Like how long? So
I mean,
I'm over
when we
here
get
judging.
blizzards, we just buy like toast and milk, and we get booze too. But like that's the thing, right? Is like you're like, unless you can walk to the bar, you don't go out in a blizzard.
See, y'all
'cause they're
can
not
buy
plowing.
toast and milk because y'all can just set the milk outside to stay cold. We lose power and
That's
everything
true.
goes bad.
That's true. Booze stays good the whole time.
Well, the booze will stay good during the hurricane, but the
Exactly.
milk, not so much.
Exactly. But these people should just know better than going out and to each other's houses and still, I mean, I get it, right? Someone you know has passed away and all that, but like, it's just, why you gotta be out for? For no reason.
The big party afterwards where everybody gets together to talk and then they're questioned but not separated. I really want to get to the cops. I really do.
Yeah, I have heard I'm going to lose my mind when it comes to how they investigated
It was
all the
just
things.
taking so long to get there. And I understand why we have to sit with Jim McCabe for a while. I do. But I'm like,
I am worried that the jury is going to find her because of her docileness this time around a little bit more credible. But maybe they are listening to what we're listening to. Like, why don't you keep saying
there's at
the
least one
answer's the same
person
always?
on that jury that's like, nah. There's
Mhm.
one person on there that's like us going, mm-mm,
Like, girl, why are you being so weird about
mm-mm,
everything for?
mm-mm.
um,
And like with the FBI, starting off with the FBI, like
mhm.
was good because it automatically established, oh, okay, you will lie. And
You lied
you're
to the FBI.
and you lied to the FBI, but you're so cool with talking with like all the cops without an attorney.
Literally
But when the
anyone,
FBI shows up, you shut that crap down really, really
right?
fast.
She probably told the checkout person at the grocery store, bank teller. It seemed like she wanted to tell everybody all the time what was going on, wanted to know more. And like, yeah, to a normal person, that's reasonable, right? You've lost somebody, you just want to talk about it because that's all you got to do. Otherwise, you're just sitting there thinking about it. But this is a little too much. This is a little like, I don't know about that.
Do you
I
think
don't know
their
about that.
timeline was as nice as that one that her and Carrie put together? They used
Oh,
Canva. I want to see the timeline. Like,
right.
what did
Where
y'all put together?
Right? For somebody who doesn't remember exact times of things and a little fuzzy.
What did like bring the yellow legal pad? You know that's what you were writing on. You were writing on a yellow legal pad. Bring it. It should be evidence. Like this is the timeline.
Yeah. And like she kept saying
That's
like,
what
"Oh,
you got,
Carrie
girl.
told them everything."
What is
What?
everything?
Carrie was there for like a freaking hour. So it's kind of weird that
Well,
you're super excited.
she didn't bring up the, Carrie said that she was a babysitter with benefits this time yet. Wonder if she will.
Oh, that's right. That's
Apparently
right.
that's what she meant by she was telling the cops everything. That's why she
Right.
said Carrie was has a lot of opinions. And I think that was one of her opinions.
I mean, it just doesn't make a lot of sense though, even if you know, even if it was a little bit true, I'm still not at the point of like, well, then why did Karen kill him? Right? I'm still not seeing the second degree murder charge here
Mm-mm.
so far at all. Um, it's going to be really hard to prove or to convince me.
I'm just not sure that you're going to get 12 people to agree on anything.
No, I don't think so. I
I don't
don't
think
think
so.
so.
I mean, there's somebody on there that thinks she's guilty, and there's somebody on there that thinks is gonna think by the time they hear all of it that the investigation was crap.
Hmm. Yeah, because like, so our system is a little bit different, right? Like in Scotland, I think it's Scotland, they have guilty, non-guilty, and innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have that. We just have guilty and not guilty. And just because you're found not guilty does not mean that you're innocent, right? It just means that you felt there wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt. Um, and so I definitely think that there's enough for a not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But everyone has their line of what reasonable doubt is, apparently. But there's already enough here for me, and we haven't even gotten into the ME. We haven't gotten into any of the
Which
investigation.
I heard last night, the ME is testifying for the defense, not the
Shut
prosecution.
The
That's what I
prosecution's
heard.
not going to put on the Emmy.
That's what I thought. I think that was even in a hearing where
I have
that was
never seen a trial where that's been the
And
case.
I believe I heard Mark Betterow say that the defense is bringing in the MA. I mean, if you don't bring the MA because they don't agree with you, I mean, wrap it up.
Hmm. See, that's what I was saying. I think it was yesterday I said it, that even though the prosecution, their order, their witnesses are all wonky and weird, if the defense can come when it's their time for their case, if they can do it in a very simple to understand, concise timeline with all the right people, it's going to make a whole lot more sense than whatever
I
the
think the
prosecution's
defense
doing right now.
has to do it. I really hope they do a defense in their closing, or a timeline in their closing. Of course, they're doing a defense in their closing because that's the whole point, right? No,
Yeah.
I really hope they're doing a timeline because that they need to like those times are not right.
Hmm.
And Lally, and in the last one, my husband and I were up arguing about this last night. You don't remember he changed all the times at the end? And I'm like, I remember, but I don't remember the exact times. And we were just going back and forth. He's going to come yelling in here in just a minute because he's watching us in the living room.
Hi,
And
Mr. Buffy.
so I can hear myself, and I know he's going to come in here and be like, no, that is not what I said. This is what I said. So
I love that. I love how all of our misters watch us and support us. We have some of the best Mr. Llamas, Mr. Buffy's, um, Mr. Amy's. I don't know where Amy went, but she is in a hotel, so my guess is her Mr. Amy woke up would be my guess. Um, yeah, I think before they go to closing arguments, I think what I want to do is replay the opening statements from both prosecution and defense before their closing statements, or maybe after, maybe during jury deliberations. Maybe we'll do that and see like what all they've proved or said that they would and what they actually did. I think that would be very interesting to see.
to go over their opening statements,
Yeah.
I had to re-listen. It's so funny you mentioned that because I had to go get groceries late last night because I spent all day here yesterday and forgot we had no food. So I had to go order groceries and pick it up. So while I was driving to the grocery store, I had it playing on Bluetooth, listening to opening statements again because I'm like, okay, I tend to tune out at opening statements only because I've already heard, like I already know the story. So like I hear it, I'm listening, but I'm not really paying it like find attention because like I already know it. So like in my head, I'm just like hearing it, like yeah. But I'm like, I need to listen to it again so I can hear exactly how he's trying to present this case. So like, what is he going to be hammering? Like what, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is he
Mhm.
really doing? So I was listening to it last night too. So yeah, that's a good idea to go back and be like, okay, he's really gonna. It sounds like Proctor is really gonna be his.
His
Yeah.
big one.
If you go back and especially listen to, because Proctor's not mentioned at all in the opening statements from the prosecution, but go back and listen to Jackson's opening statements. I mean, it's Proctor.
Oh,
Proctor is the cancer. Proctor is this.
yes.
Proctor is that. So like
Yes.
he is definitely waiting for that.
I'm waiting for it. This scumbag.
I wonder if they got even more stuff on him that they'll bring
Maybe.
out now that the investigation is over. I mean, because he's under, investigation. There wasn't an investigation in him during the last trial because they're bringing in so much new stuff, even in like the offenses, bringing in text messages that they didn't bring in last time.
Did they in
Sorry,
the
I'm
first
rambling.
trial? No, you're good. You're good. You have a lot of good info. In the first trial, did they bring up? Because I'm a little blurry on what we watched yesterday and Wednesday because it's been Jen all the time. But she brought, oh, it was definitely yesterday. She brought up how she went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. It was definitely yesterday because I remember being like,
Yes.
what? So you're hanging out with the wife of Lank, and then you're also hanging out with the wife of Proctor. You're also hanging out with your sister, who's the wife of Brian.
Mhm.
Like, and you know what she
And
said?
he
It's
hasn't
because
brought
we're
that
all
up today
moms.
yet.
Okay.
He hasn't brought up Proctor's wife yet today, has he?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
well, I'm
I
sure
don't believe
that's
so.
coming because there's no way he's going to miss that. It's a Proctor thing.
Because it seemed like she didn't know uh, Elizabeth until this whole thing. They bonded over
Because
being
we've been
harassed.
harassed by Turtle Boy.
Yeah. And again, don't get me wrong, harassment, not cool. But
That
also,
is not the reason.
do do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a good idea to befriend these people and to go over to her house? Like, you're not, it's not even like you're meeting in public,
Okay,
you know?
so let's walk through this.
Okay.
Turtle Boy is the whole reason you're being harassed. And why are the people harassing you? What is Turtle Boy saying? Turtle Boy is saying that this is a conspiracy, that y'all are covering up for the whatever, and it's because everybody's
Thank you,
interconnected. So if you're going to hang out with Proctor's wife, why would you do that knowing what's being said about you? And that's why you're
Yes.
being harassed.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I'm saying walk through it. It doesn't make sense. Like, I would have been like, nope, not going to go hang out there. You know, girl, we can text. We can FaceTime. We
Right?
can use the Signal app. We don't need to hang out. Because then, like, duh.
It only fuels their argument more. And sure, in some situations, it's no win, but
That's what I'm saying.
did not
Like,
think this through.
they don't, if that's what they're using,
Hmm.
if that's,
After this, we need to watch the whole first trial again.
girl, do we have another
Maybe.
10 weeks?
I know, right? One of the McAlberts told Link she was going to get him a present for all of his help.
Oh, yes. I remember that.
Oh, Lady Gray has a comment on X. How did Jen call her sister at 5:07 a.m. and it's not in her phone records from Celebrite? I'm behind, so maybe it's pointed out later, but that definitely wasn't on the logs. I agree. Because I was like, wait a second. I thought she didn't call her sister until after 6, right? Because they don't find his body until 6:02 or around 6 o'clock, an hour later. And then that's when she said, yeah, I called my sister, but nobody answered. I don't
And
remember
do we have to
anywhere.
go back and revisit Whiffen's testimony and see the call logs to be like, is it on there? Did they just kind of like, but see, Whiffen picked and choose what he put on those things, if
He
you
don't.
noticed. And it was very easy to tell that that's what he was going to do because he literally used the word proved. And it tells me that you had a bias. Like, once you said I needed to prove, like, sir, that's not what you're hired to do. They're supposed to give you this and tell you to pull this and tell me why, not prove anything.
Yeah. I had a big problem with that guy's testimony. At first we didn't, but the defense did a really great job. Really great job discrediting him and the way he went about his testing of things. Like, we all did experiments in school. Okay. It wasn't right. It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
Yeah, it was Proctor's wife, not Link's wife.
Oh, pardon me.
I knew who you meant. I heard the gift thing and I already knew who you meant, but like, yeah, it was Proctor because he was like, don't buy me. It was actually, someone said, buy you something. He said, don't buy me anything, buy something for Elizabeth or something to that effect. We're going to hear all that, I'm sure. Look, it's left to me and I get to juggle now for you all.
Oh, yeah, the queen of inconvenient. Oh, my goodness.
So I was like, oh, it's just me. I get to juggle.
You know her, she always wants out at the most inconvenient times possible for everyone. Let's
just like
see.
kids.
Yes. And
So,
I want to know why she busted in the bedroom and said, we found John. Why didn't they ask, was he lost? They didn't ask what she was talking about. Well, in one, she said she busted. Her previous testimony was, I busted into the room because I was hysterical. This testimony, she was like, oh, I opened the door. I was quiet because they were sleeping. I didn't want to startle them.
Yeah, that did change.
Those are two very different scenarios. Just like, you know, I love how she's like, words matter, but she has her own definition for everything. Like saying that the taillight was cracked versus broken.
It was cracked and missing pieces.
You guys, those are two different, very different descriptions.
But I said it was cracked and missing pieces. It was cracked and it was missing pieces. But you got to make sure that last part was in there, even though you never said that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, here we just say you got a busted taillight.
That's what I say.
Yeah. Crack signifies that the taillight's still there and still attached to the vehicle. Otherwise, I don't know. We always say it's just you got a busted taillight,
That's
meaning.
what it's exactly what I say. I was like, oh, I got a busted taillight.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta fix box. Gotta fix the taillight.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Lady in Gray. I know Angie brought this up later, and I said this. So tomorrow, Terry and JT will be live in Austin, Texas, covering the yogurt shop murders at Hamilton Pool and Vineyards. Now, if you can't make it to Austin, Texas, it's okay, because if you're a member of this channel, you click the little join button, pick which tier you want, any of the tiers. We are going to stream that live for our members only tomorrow, so you can watch them talk about that. It's gonna be a good time. I believe it starts at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. And then we also have some other members only events coming later this month. Also, when you become a member, you get to use the fun emojis that you see others using in chat. So please do that. It helps support the channel. A lot of us just do this as a hobby and free time because we're passionate about it, but it does help. It does make things a little better for us if you don't mind supporting us. And if you can't be a member, that's okay too. Let me tell you what really, really helps out our channel. That is liking every video that we have, especially this one. If you like this right now, it'll put it in the algorithm. Hey, we like what's happening over here. Everybody else should come over here too. So do that, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live.
All the YouTube things.
All the YouTube things. All the YouTube things. But I am excited about their live show tonight or tomorrow. I will be in the chat for sure. I know many of the other people will be as well. So it'll be a good time.
All right. I will be there too.
Yeah, a party. And then in July 19th, they're going to be here in Marion, Ohio, live in person. I'll be there, obviously. And so will Elbow Feet. And so will Amos. And I heard maybe Cap'n. I know. It's going to be a real big party in July. And it's going to be like near Terry's birthday. So we're going to be celebrating her birthday too.
Is close to my birthday then.
Mm-hmm. Little Llama's birthday as well. So it's going to be a good time.
Cancers.
It'll be a good time. So yeah, definitely become a member if you can. What else do we have going on? Let's see. Oh, I think that's right, because we wrapped up the Zizian show for now. I think we'll probably do a update on that around June, because a bunch of people have court this month, so we're just gonna wait for all that to happen.
Did y'all ever get the cleared up 911 calls?
Oh, for yes.
I know we had trouble hearing them last time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, let's play those during the lunch break.
Yeah,
because I need to make some adjustments to one of them.
I just didn't know if y'all got. I know we were hunting them. I found some, but I don't know if they were as clear as what y'all have.
They were very clear. But yeah, we'll play those during lunch because it was Carrie's call to 911, which she made
before going out.
Right. Before Karen had come over to her house.
Jen's was much easier to hear on the link that I had found. I was like, oh, that's what
yes, it was. So we will definitely play those. Oh, court's back, y'all.
Yay.
Uno momento.
And that was 40 minutes.
Yeah, it was. All right, here we go. Oops. Sorry, guys. Unmute.
Uh-oh. Gonna have to rewind.
No. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's doing this to me.
Because we dared do something different.
Yeah, pretty much that's exactly what happened. It won't let me get rid of this. There we go. Okay.
Recognize those documents that I just handed you.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form, I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that the nature
that.
of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Okay. I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you, Ron?
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m.,
Hi,
do you
Terry.
see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person. on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
All right. Well, good morning, Terry. Well, afternoon. Morning for you, afternoon for me. Thank you for joining us. Hi, how are you today?
She makes my blood pressure just boil.
Isn't she something else?
She does. And I do give her one thing. Blue is a good color for her.
Blue
I
is a
mean,
good color for
I always try to say something nice.
Mhm.
Blue does look good on her, but I just hope Pinocchio is truly a fairy tale or she's going to have some things growing.
Yeah.
Hi, Buffy. I want to know how come Buffy always looks fabulous in
She
glasses.
is
I had my
fabulous.
glasses on and I'm like, yeah, I'll just make my screen extra, extra big because I just don't look as good as Buffy and I can't compete with that.
Oh, that's so
Oh,
nice of you to say.
that
And
is
it's true.
sweet of you to say. You are so sweet. It's so funny. I took like 3 minutes picking these out when I went to the eye doctor. And they're like, oh, you can't see it. I was like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, I don't know what looks good. And I'm like, these. She's like,
They
but there's
look good.
pink on the side. And I was like,
Hey.
I'm cool with that. That's fine.
Okay, that's important.
Sporting the pink.
Love
So
Oh, you're
I'll-
sporting pink today? Oh, on the side of your
Oh,
glasses.
on the side of
Yes.
the glasses.
Yeah. I mean, I have pink. My wardrobe consists of pink or black.
Okay,
Mostly
good.
black.
Good.
Mostly black.
All I know
too.
is after rewatching her yesterday on the stand and today, she is definitely taking something to take the edge off. You cannot that would be like trying to bottle me up and me not rant. I could do it for an hour, but for that many hours on the stand without a little bit of mommy's help, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah. I
Oh my
don't think
gosh.
so either.
Unless she's just very rehearsed and like she's really like
Packing on the meadows.
paying
Okay.
attention.
Yeah,
She is. She looks fabulous, everybody.
she does.
I'm going on Banfield a long time.
Next
Oh,
question.
Lord.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Ooh, this is the part where she got real spicy yesterday.
Copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bad.
Thanks.
I love how she acts like she doesn't know what's coming.
I know.
How can you forget what happened last time?
She knows. She knows.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Ma'am.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there
And
were
that,
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So
No, it's not, Jen.
is that right? Or had an iPhone.
Well,
I
for
do,
me,
yes.
And that iPhone biometric or a passcode to get into the to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called
Oh, no.
all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls? Mr. Kate?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah,
Hundreds of times a day, right?
not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages, phone, right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay?
Oh, my goodness.
Sidebar.
Oh, my goodness.
You can tell AJ is getting really, really frustrated with the judge.
He is. And he's trying so hard not to let it show.
Yeah. He's
I
getting
just don't know how you're going to say all of them were butt dials. Did they
Now-
go to voicemail?
On
There
the
would be voicemails on John's phone, right?
Right,
Mhm.
because I have seen the Cellbrite report before, and on it, when there was a voicemail and they left a voicemail, there was a V.
Mm.
So that way you knew it correlated to a voicemail. And that
Yes.
means the person left a voicemail, not that voicemail picked up. So even if it was a butt dial and it just heard noise, it would have still registered. And if that was the case, wouldn't there have been a really long time of just dead air or phone in her butt, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can hear walking.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You can hear rustling if it's in her noise of people talking, if
Right.
it's in her back pocket.
Is the smoke detector new or have I just not noticed it until today?
I think the fan is not fully in view of the like in front of the camera.
Okay.
So we're getting the smoke detector came today.
I was getting ready to call the doctor and really get my eyes checked.
Mm. You need new glasses.
I mean, I'm at 175 on the monitor, so now
Okay.
question
Neither.
for these you guys who know more about trials than me. By judge seeming to be more partial to the prosecution, is that a grounds for an appeal if she is found guilty?
It's really hard to prove that.
Judge-
mean-
judges have such wide discretion,
Yes.
like such.
But they can get appealed on allowing something in or not allowing it. So could the defense say that she tightroped them on their defense questioning because she kept not allowing it?
I mean, they could probably go with something like that, but for her directly to suggest bias is very, very hard. I've only seen it done in like racist
Jumping the gun.
circumstances. And that would be years later that they would be able to prove that. So very hard to do. Not impossible.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dialed, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls, is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed, is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
Right, okay.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home then?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
you
Possibly.
kidding me?
I mean, that's just an expression, but
Are
I'm
you an
not, if you could
idiot?
show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened or what.
Okay, you've seen this record many,
Maybe
many
she opened
times
Facebook.
about
Exactly.
that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my
You certainly
head.
recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
Don't be
You're
stupid,
well
Jay.
aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that, you've been told that, you've seen it, you've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Oh, please.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it.
She's getting spicy.
You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Quit acting stupid, Jen.
Oh, Buffy, they can only be a hostile witness when they're your witness?
Interesting. Wow. Right, Shanka? We've all been there. Come on.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make a reaction. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Sidebar.
Oh my goodness. You guys.
I didn't think she would frustrate me today after rewatching yesterday. I really thought, I was like, okay, I am fully reminded how she won't bother me as much tomorrow. No, she still does.
Oh, no.
Her playing stupid is so insulting.
Well, here's the problem, okay? The jury could have just brushed all this off as like the defense just being, the defense. But like her making a bigger deal over it.
Mm-hmm.
The Barbara Streisand effect.
You think they're just like, why are you getting so mad, bro?
Yeah. And you don't know what app you use. Get out of here. Everyone knows. Everybody knows. Are you seriously that much of an idiot?
She
that
did
you
a
don't know
Google
what the browser
search.
is on an iPhone.
We're trying not to
You
have
didn't
you
know what
take a
app.
recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
Sorry, House.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
I'll see
record.
counsel at sidebar.
Oh, yeah. What didn't appear right?
Anything that would make Jen McCabe look guilty about anything?
Oh my God. She's infuriating.
Y'all.
How much it
Infuriating.
seems like they are trying to just defend her. Like they're pulling out all stops, it feels like.
Yeah.
He said 2 hours, but in attorney time, that's like 4. So
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like 20-minute recess or 20-minute breaks, really 40 minutes, right?
yeah, like
Oh, yeah.
attorney
'Cause
time, just add an extra hour to it because it's not going to be 2 hours. And you know what Jackson should have said? Well, it really depends because the prosecution, like Brennan said, well, it
Yeah.
depends on how cross goes. They're like, well, it depends on how the defendant answers, or not the defendant, the witness answers the questions.
right.
Depends on how cooperative the witness is. And she doesn't realize she's hurting herself. If she would just answer the questions, I think the jury would just be like, oh, not a big deal and move on. But because she's making it so difficult, they're never going to forget.
Mm.
Or at least I'm not.
Oh, the jury has to be like, how do you not know what you've used on your phone? How have you testified? Because they now know she has testified numerous times, has been presented this, and you're on, okay, maybe the first time you didn't remember,
Right.
you didn't know, but now you're clearly playing stupid in front of people. You know damn well what they're going to ask you each and every time.
Well, the way he's even presenting the questions, I don't know if you notice, is that he it's like he's reading the same script from last time.
Yes.
He is literally going, I'm like, I heard this yesterday. It's deja vu. It's like, and we're going around the same circles.
Very true.
question.
Blessed assurance.
Question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I still don't remember.
Yeah. I know this is what it says, but I know what really happened,
Yes.
and it's not this.
My answer doesn't change.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss
Ms.
Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to recovery in the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
Getting her
You
angry
agree
chin.
that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m.,
I
correct?
noticed it yesterday.
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27.
scrunchy.
The paper says it. I don't.
Okay, and you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold, is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. Is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is
Yes.
that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay? You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes,
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony
Angry.
at the grand jury. Is that right?
yes,
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She should have told you that.
no,
Did you ever ask her that?
no,
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
She's feeling the heat, yo. Yeah. She is feeling the heat.
I mean, let's be realistic. If you're friends and you are going through this together and you talk, how could you not discuss it? I mean, maybe just me and my girlfriends are different.
Or at least even after, the next couple of days, they're discussing everything because they're putting together a freaking timeline. Oh, she is. I don't know if you guys have noticed. So her chin, when she gets angry, I noticed this yesterday, when she gets angry, it like ripples,
It
like
ripples.
scrunches up whenever she gets angry. And then if you notice, her eyes have started being a little bit more wide, a little more
Daggery.
crazy.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, it's always her
Yes.
eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Told you her eyes get me every time because she's
Yeah.
like, it's like daggers.
Yeah. She,
But she's not as like baring her teeth as she was last
she's
time.
not.
She was like,
Yet.
yeah.
Yet.
But I don't think that Bev is gonna let him get her there. I think she's shutting it down before it even gets there.
I mean, I think the only way to prevent them from talking would have been to sequester the witnesses and lock them up in rooms where they can't talk to each other.
Oh, I mean, that's why she just needs to say, yeah, we talked, because nobody
Yeah.
believes y'all didn't talk if y'all were hanging out for a few days.
It just makes me think everything else you're saying is not credible because you're not being honest. You're not saying, yeah, we talked.
It would make sense if you did. Like, if this happened to me, I would be in Discord, like,
Yeah.
guys. Like,
You guys.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that I don't believe, like, I would be talking too, because, like, that's crazy, right? This is a crazy thing that happened to you. You're like, oh my God. So just own it. Yeah, this is crazy. We were talking about it. But she's, like, really trying to put a stop to it looking bad, and it's looking bad.
It's just making it worse.
So much worse.
So, Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
Get back to the microphone.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And just a mom.
And you're aware
Nice.
that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, "What happened?" Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, "My boyfriend, I left him. He never came home"?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this,
Just so y'all know, there was a
I'm going
blizzard.
to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
You
Did you
know
hear
they
anything?
did.
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, "My boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home"?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms.
He
Roberts.
is
Yes,
there.
yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers, yes. I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
I will say that looks miserable.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Denise.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would
Oh,
have.
shut up.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
Shut up,
I
Jen.
don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
Exactly, Buffy. I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them?
I think I know the
First
answer.
responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McKay?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front
I'm
of you.
sorry about that,
Right?
Shonka. I think I
As I
accidentally
was
hit the
walking
button.
over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't
Not on
answer. Let's
purpose.
talk about that.
So
She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was
so you
crying
saw-
she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there.
There she
You solved
is.
the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 40, 45, okay? Then follow out behind.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this.
And how long is it?
Well, that was fiery.
They got her at the end there. Did you see that? Miss Jen McCabe coming
Yeah.
out of her shell a little bit at the end. Oh my goodness.
I had no reason to
Um,
believe there was anything wrong because your client was yelling, I hit him, I hit him.
And there was broken taillight found there. You didn't see no taillight.
Girlie.
I have heard nothing about you even knowing it was there.
Yeah.
No, taillight wasn't found for like a couple of days.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here, let me do that. Oh
She-
my gosh.
Is going to be a video showed in law school of what you do not want your witness to be on the stand.
It's very true. Very true. You do not want them to be combative, or what's the word?
If
you
she would have
used
just
earlier?
answered, she would have been off the stand hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But she had to see all the reports, though, Terry, that she's never seen in the 4 other times or so she's testified. I mean,
She made this so much worse than what it needed to be.
so much worse.
That was napping music.
You know, I know. Um, that and, again, some of the things are accurate and right on her phone records. Others, conveniently, not so much.
I want to know what the jury is thinking.
Oh my
Oh, I would
gosh.
love to know what they're thinking.
I really do.
Right? She can't say yes or no. She has to explain every single answer. And somebody that has to do that, that's like people being like, "Oh, I'm a really good person. I'm an honest person." And they want to they need to explain everything. It's very questionable when somebody does that. And just her playing so damn stupid is I can't I can't with her. I can't. Because if you're going to be that stupid about that, about what browser you use on a regular freaking basis, how stupid are you with everything else? Maybe you're too dumb to actually know what went on that night. If you don't know what browser you use on an, I don't even have an iPhone. I know what browser it is.
I mean, but yet she said I Googled
She did. She went to Google on Safari.
on
Yeah.
Safari, but she didn't know if it was Safari or Google. She just knew she Googled. Did you think you did it on Facebook? Maybe WhatsApp? The Kohl's app?
She was so flustered about not going to check on her sister. Mm-hmm. And I thought he did not raise this point yesterday. And what we watched yesterday, he did not raise the point of
Mm-mm.
why didn't you go get a first responder whose house this is that you personally know? Why did you not go get him to bring down? And I thought that was an excellent point he made. I don't know how well it went for the jury, but I was like, ooh,
Well, because that's
good
the
one, sir.
question, like every literal person discussing this case has brought up. Like, why didn't you go ask him? Why didn't you go get him?
I mean, you can be on the phone with 911 and be getting in the house at the same
Exactly.
time. Especially when you have two other people already with the body.
Right.
It's
And
not
that's what
like
I'm
it's
saying.
just
There
you
was
by
enough people
yourself.
there.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, if she's just by herself, then okay, right? Because you're the only one there and you don't know what's going on. But like,
It was
Most people
Go ahead.
that I've seen in emergency situations, yes, they call 911, but the first thing they do is get somebody who knows what to do. She knows her brother-in-law is a first responder. He should have been her I would almost think you would have thought of him before 911. Like, I would have been running up to the house and then dialing 911 because I would have been like, let me get him, but let me also call 911. You would have done both in my thoughts.
yeah, oof. Good. Thank you, Claire, for telling everyone. Tell them to turn it on. Couch Code with Llama. Tell them to come here. Today has been
Oh, I
very
love that.
good. Very good. This last hour, I would say, I think Jackson is very reminiscent of yesterday.
Kelly, you
Um,
just missed your boy, like getting all
Kelly.
heated.
Yeah,
Good
Mr.
morning,
Kelly
Kelly.
P was getting fired up.
Oh yeah, rock star today. Rock star today.
But he was showing some restraint with Bev because you could hear he was getting frustrated with her. You
I
could
know.
hear that on his voice.
Your Honor, like you wanted to stamp his feet and say you're.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. I had thrown something across the room already.
Again, and this is a guy she knows. All right, her dear good friend is dead
And
on the line.
I'm sorry, the comment that you think 911 responds to everybody, if that is the case, then why do we say officer down for everything else?
Mhm.
Yes, they're not going to maybe get there faster, but they're going to send additional resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, would it be great if 911 responded to every scenario equally? Sure. But that's not real life, Jen. And you know that. We all know that. And she was just trying to, oh my gosh, she was just trying to be like, I'm just a simple person like everybody else. You're making this out to be nothing.
Yeah.
No. I
Oh,
would. Yeah. He's a. I even think Carrie brought it up in her 911 call. John, when she was looking for him, he's a Boston cop. I was just looking for him. Blah, blah, blah. Like she even mentioned it when in her
Well,
911 call.
you guys. Amy, do we have the calls ready?
Like
Almost? Not
she
yet.
thought
Okay.
to bring it up to 911.
Yeah.
We will be listening to both Carrie's phone call and Jen's
But I
911
mean,
calls in a few minutes.
only time I would say a man is if it was somebody I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I didn't give their
Yeah.
name, I would have been like, oh my God, John, he's a police officer. He's on the ground. Something's wrong with him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's same.
A man? How does that help a man? It sounds like it's a total stranger.
I would go outside if there was a total stranger laying down on my lawn and there was ambulances in front of my yard.
Oh, I would have been out. I go outside if I see flashing lights or hear sirens, and it wakes me up.
You know what else she said in her testimony? She was like, well, it's because I know John was never in the house. Do you? Because you left at 1:30. You only know that John wasn't in the house in the time
Well,
you were there. That's all you know, Jen. You don't know for a fact he was never in that house after
But
you
she
left.
got
You have no
that
idea.
text that said, tell him the guy wasn't in the house. So that has because got to remember, your brain works in weird ways. It can replace what you thought. If you hear something enough, you start going, did I think that? Did I do that? I mean,
Mhm.
plus she knows she's lying. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. And you know what she didn't say? So I did listen to her 911 call yesterday, and you guys will hear it here in a little bit. She does repeat several times that she thinks she's dead. But instead, so when Jackson's questioning her, like, oh, he's on the last, breath of life or whatever, like we all know John was dead. And I think that's really all she needed to say was, I'll be honest, I thought he was dead. I didn't feel like I needed to go into my brother and sister's house. He was clearly dead, to me. That's why. But she didn't want to do that. And I think if she would have said that, because she does say that on the 911 call, that she believes he's dead several times, it would have made her look how she is right now. I don't know why she didn't want to admit
They
that.
would be like, you already knew he was dead. That's why you weren't moving.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a very fair point. They could have done that too.
And been like,
but
well, you already knew. You said it twice in your 911 call. You didn't go because you already knew.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're nosy.
Amy
neighbors,
wanted to
too.
give your brother-in-law plausible deniability and him not be the person trying, to be out there and have to say, no, he's dead. You don't want to hit your brother-in-law to have to be out there when the police show up.
Yeah, if I can find that, Angie. The only thing with pulling stuff from Discord is I have to then download it on my computer to show it. So, it'll take a minute, but I could probably do that. Yeah, we're all nosy Nancy's.
I am nosy. My neighbor passed away. That was like last year, and there was hullabaloo going on. There was and my ring kept going off, and I kept seeing people in my yard, and I was like, "What's going on?" So I'm like, "Oh my!" Like, girl, you don't think I watched? I watched. Turned on my ring camera, zoomed in. What was going on? Oh, the coroner's here. Oh, this person's here. I was watching.
Amy, is this just Carrie or is this both of them?
It's both of them. I'm pulling them up.
Oh, I got it. I already got it pulled up.
Oh yeah, it starts with Carrie and it goes through her call and then it goes right into Jen's.
Okay.
I don't know how Alberts didn't have a ring camera.
Right. And by the way, Carrie's phone call is going to be happening like right after Karen calls her. I don't even think she's with Karen yet when she makes this phone call. And then Jen's 911 calls are after they are at finding John.
Good. Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. They were at Waterfalls, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and he would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but...
Yep, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, right off of Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow, off of Pleasant. Okay, and is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend, yeah. They were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even called the niece.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospital. Nobody has him. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I mean, again, it's more. It would be driven by. She would have to, call in, come to the station, and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more. He just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes?
Exactly.
Happen with him?
No. That's why. Because he didn't call his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. But like I said, he's a Boston police officer. He knows a bunch of people. Anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Freaking it out.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a blizzard party of some sort.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. No problem. Good luck.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
No, police is Court line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
All right, you're in Canton. Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton Police. You call them. You're connected to Norwood, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers. That's right. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead. We need, you got to get here ASAP, okay?
All right, I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Carrie.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at 34?
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911, that's not recorded. Where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front. You'll see the car. Oh. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know.
He's not breathing.
Look, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him. this is a scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of the women is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say.
Okay, guys. Those are the calls there. What do you think about that?
She's a little too calm for me, but everybody responds differently.
But the whole, he got out of the car
Mm-hmm.
and then something happened. How would she know he got, I mean, she said she didn't see him.
Right.
So that is very interesting. I see why defense is harping on that a lot. What was the other thing?
She said, I found him.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they flipped him over.
It wasn't like a we found him. It was a I found him. Could have just been a, you know.
Yeah, they flipped him over. I don't know what that, like, was he on his back? And then they put, actually, I think Karen said in the documentary that they found him on the back, on his back. She went to do mouth to mouth and she heard some gurgling and she was worried he was choking on his own vomit. So she pushed him onto his side. So that's what Karen said in the documentary. So maybe that's what they meant by flipping him over, what Jen might have meant by that.
But can you have gurgling if a person's not breathing?
No, I mean, there's such a thing as like death rattles and things like that, but he
Yeah.
was well past that point. It could have just been air gases escaping. you
Yeah,
know,
that's true.
but not, he was well dead at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, Angie says supposedly face down. Well, I mean, maybe it was. I don't know.
But it didn't sound like there was a lot of blood.
No, remember, Carrie said she was covered.
Right.
Her
And I was
hands
like,
were covered, everything.
Carrie was where did all the blood go?
And then she yelled at Carrie to get off of him twice.
Right.
She told him, get off of him, Carrie. I wonder why that was. Because she only said Karen was straddling him and pulled up her shirt and his shirt and was rubbing their bellies together, I guess.
To try to warm him up.
I don't remember her ever.
What?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now. Yeah. You like cut off there for a second.
Oh, I don't ever remember hearing her say that Carrie was on him. I thought she said Karen was on him.
Oh, she did. Yeah.
Yeah, but in that call, she just said Carrie.
Yeah.
Twice.
Or I heard
2 times,
Carrie.
not 3 times.
And it thought she said Terry, and it wasn't me. I was not there. So I'm going to assume it was Carrie.
And, you know,
Yeah.
Carrie calls, 911 and stuff looking for him. I think that call was at like 5 a.m. It was like 5:03, 5:04 or something, I think was the timeline for that. And, she says that he's probably just been picked up by somewhere, like she's pretty reasonable. Like, I mean, it's weird he's not home, but that's what I think happened to him, which then Carrie, everything you just said was reasonable in that phone call. Then why did you let Jen convince you two to go back to his house?
Did you notice that the cop said he hadn't been at the party? He had been at work all night.
Oh, yes.
I was like, was this just an open party for all the men in blue?
Maybe, must have. Let me pull up. Angie had shared this video of the property so we could get a better view of this. Let's see here.
This is where I'm at.
Okay,
There's a flagpole.
so there's the
There.
flagpole.
There is the front door. And I'm telling you, there is no way none of these people did not see him laying in that yard. I'm just saying. There's your flagpole. But here is our
Not when they drove right past it.
right here.
Yeah.
And look at the front door, how close it is to us. And that side door. And his bedroom right up there. And he didn't hear any of this? Crazy.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
And I like how she asked about or he asked her about the window, and she's like, well, it's kind of at an angle, though.
Yeah. I loved it when she said, could you rephrase that? And I was like, girl.
Mm-hmm. She likes to pretend she's a lawyer, too. I think that's cute.
Yeah.
You can't tell me the Ring camera from across the street didn't capture anything.
Who do we think is up next? Or do we know who's up next?
I don't know who's up next. Anybody that's on Twitter seems to be like, or X, whatever you want to call it, seems to be the place to go. So
See if I can find anything. I didn't.
maybe they might see somebody, at lunch or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
I haven't heard a lot about Turtle Boy on anything lately.
Oh, he's got some drama going on. He had a court hearing not yesterday, but the day before.
So he's not there.
And
as all
he
up in
was
this thing.
he's dealing with his own stuff about this case. And
I agree.
they're trying to
Kelly.
revoke his bail or some shit.
I think somebody did say the solo cup people were cops too.
And I don't think he can be in the courthouse when there are certain people testifying, like Jen McCabe. I don't think he can be in there when she's there.
Right, they have like a restraining order on them, probably.
Mm-hmm.
What was interesting last night, I was listening to a case on Dateline Down the Stairs. It was also in the Commonwealth.
Okay.
2 mistrials. The attorney's office went a 3rd time.
Wow.
And Josh Mankiewicz and Dennis Murphy were talking about how that is so rare that happens. So in the Commonwealth, apparently they will go a 3rd time.
Wow. Yeah, because I think you asked that question. I don't know if it was on the show one time or if it was just in one of our conversations about if they would try a 3rd time. And I was like, no, like that's
apparently the Commonwealth
They
will.
can. They just hardly ever do, because by that point you've wasted a lot of taxpayers don't like that. Okay.
No, that was not the Alwyn. That's the staircase. This is about 2 women. One was a female paramedic. They were married, and one of them wound up at the end of the stairs deceased, and there was fresh paint on her.
Oh, yeah, that was like last year.
But that was in the Commonwealth. 2 mistrials, 3rd trial.
She's found guilty.
Found guilty, and then
Carla
appealed.
Rentala.
Yes. So the Commonwealth apparently will go a 3rd time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be honest. I can't believe they pushed for a retrial for this. I really, really can't. The witnesses are not reliable.
Yeah.
The investigation, which no, we haven't heard yet, but I've heard, not good. I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, I didn't watch that trial, but I remember hearing and reading about
And then
it.
they did an appeal, and it got overturned because the paint expert wasn't really a paint expert. Yeah. So, I mean, she wound up with 4 trials.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm like, the Commonwealth. I mean.
And I don't know if we talked about it on here, but that lawyer that represented her this last trial, I wish I could remember her name. She's got that blonde, spiky hair. She represented another gentleman who was arrested for a crime he did not commit, and she later got it overturned. Like, there was lots of appeals and fighting it, and he got taken out, let out. But from what I remember in watching that, it's a Netflix series called Trial 4. It's about his case. And there was some sort of corruption that was going on at the time with the law enforcement when all of this was happening. So, I mean, not saying that it was directly related to his case, but there was other kind of corruption going on that was in the news or being talked about at the time.
Yeah.
But it's the same police department.
As I said, that's what made my ears perk up, because I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is the same. And by the way, thank you, Shunka. I just wrote it down so that I can pass that along to the AP to add it to the list.
That one.
Renzo
there.
Bullhead.
We've covered quite a few Native
Yeah,
cases
we've
in the last
actually
couple
got
months. For
our show on Monday is going to be about some.
Try to bring as much attention to, you know, the people who don't get a lot of it for different reasons. So
I just have to say, if this winds up in a mistrial again, I think they will go a third time after hearing that case last night.
I mean, probably I can't even believe they did it with this one already.
Yeah.
I
Well,
feel
I can, because they don't want people to think that there's a cover up. And they don't want that rumors, and they don't want the gossip. So they thought if they took it to trial, could get her convicted, it would make all the little chatter go away.
Well, and of course, bring on the special prosecutor, who's not a regular prosecutor. He's a defense attorney. For who? The mob.
Yeah.
So good job making people feel like there's not some sort of cover-up conspiracy going on when you hire a freaking mob attorney for the state.
For the state.
About corruption in the police force. It makes so much sense.
Okay. Vegas, Oscar Goodman was a mob attorney, and he became the mayor of Las Vegas.
Of Vegas?
I've always said the mafia never died. They just moved into politics. Prove me wrong.
Do I know about Sandra Birchmore?
Oh,
why is that name familiar?
Yeah, I need to look into that one, Terry.
So it's the same people investigate. We brought it up a few times on here. So it's the same area, same investigators. She was a young girl who there
Was
were
allegedly
cops, brothers.
Yes.
The cops were brothers. She was having sexual relationships with the brothers for many years since she had been a kid, got pregnant, ended up, thought it was a suicide, but no, it's murder. But it had some of the same investigators, such as Proctor and the cell phone guy, not the British guy, the
Nick
other guy.
something, I think
Nick
it was.
Guerrero or
Garino
is
the one who went through the text messages and conveniently didn't see the like thousands of texts.
Like 36,000 texts.
Yeah.
Okay, I do remember this. This is the same cops and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if Proctor's involved though in this one.
Oh, I thought I heard he was. Oh, no. He was in Brian Walsh. I think he was the investigator for Brian Walsh, the one who allegedly killed his wife on New Year's. So my apologies on that one. But still, the dots are all.
Yeah, but some of the same cops that are showing up in this trial is going to be in Sandra Birchmore's trial. And yeah, they had closed her case. The family hired a private ME to investigate, to reopen and do I think that's how they got the case reopened. That they had ruled it as, yeah.
So, yeah, that sounds like there's a lot going on in that department.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on in that.
How embarrassing for them. What a mess.
Steffi, is that a kitty cat behind you? A calico kitty? It is.
That's Khaleesi.
Khaleesi. Oh, we used to have a calico named Callie.
She came from a litter that was named all Game of Thrones.
Okay.
I
We
haven't
won't
read
go
much
there.
into Brian Walsh. I mean, I know about it when it started, but I mean, I haven't kept up with any court hearings or anything like that. I probably should, though.
Well, I
I
am
know,
going
it's
to be listening to this afternoon on Recross, but I have to get lunch. And for some reason, I keep thinking I have something I have to prepare for tomorrow.
Oh, I know, right, Terry? Why don't you tell us about that before you go?
JT and I are live at Hamilton Pool Vineyard and Farms tomorrow. There will be games, food, most importantly, wine, and we are going to be covering the yogurt shop murders. And we will also do an introduction to the Chase Lackey case as well. And Chase Lackey's father will be joining us.
I love that. I love that.
And the rain chances have gone from 85 down to 11%. So,
oh, wow.
looking much better.
You lucked out there. For sure. And you guys, if you can't make it to Austin, Texas, you can always become a member to the channel because we will be streaming it live for members only tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central.
Yes.
For about 2 hours. So be sure we'll all be there hanging out in the chat and we can watch their first live in-person show.
Yeah.
And if you don't know much about the yogurt shop murders, oof,
yeah. And we are going to be recording it on a separate device in case there's audio issues, people can't hear, anything like that. If that is an issue, we will have a watch party.
Okay.
So
that's a great idea. I didn't even think
we're just trying to have all of the backup plans just in case.
Mm-hmm. Smart. Well, thank you, Terry. Thank you for joining us. And we'll be excited for tomorrow.
Okay, well, I need Buffy. I have a request before I leave. Could
You
we
always
please?
puts me on the spot.
Not today, but maybe later today or on Monday. Could we get some Jen reenactment?
Those are just spurs of the moment.
Yeah.
You
You can't rush genius. You
I
can't play
know, but I'm
genius.
giving her time to think about it because I so need it.
Oh, you can tell the humidity is. Look at how flat my hair has gone from.
Yeah, that's why my hair went up in a ponytail already. I was like, I walked down to the Starbucks and I was like, forget it. It's going up now.
Well, thank you, Terry. And,
No.
you're welcome back later. If you get fired up, you know where we'll be.
Oh, I've been yelling at my phone all morning, so I will continue yelling.
I will say I was a little surprised. I was a little yelly this morning, but it just really took me off guard. This woman.
Yeah, I thought I was prepared because I knew about her, then watched yesterday, and I was like, no, she is going to tone it down. It's not going to be as bad. Yeah, no, she's just as frustrating. Fat bastard wine for tomorrow. Is that a real wine? I know we have in Helsinki, Finland, I ate at a burger joint called Fat Bastard. So
Interesting.
But I will be listening to you guys, and if I get too yelly or if I get too frustrated, I will come pop on. But yeah, I'm curious to see how cross and recross is going to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she's going to be here for the rest of the day.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah. I think she's going to be on for the rest of the day. They're going to do cross. Cross is probably, I feel like if it's compared to the one we watched yesterday, there should be about like a half hour to an hour more of questions he hasn't even gotten to yet, but maybe not. But maybe we'll have one more witness, but I don't know. I mean, she has to look at everything, so.
Because I'm like, on recross, aren't you better just to drop it? Let people forget about it.
Not if
Wait,
you're
on
Hank Vernon.
recross or redirect?
On recross. Or no,
oh,
on cross.
recross
Yeah,
would
because
be
it's recross because she's there. Yeah, on recross.
recross would be Alan Jackson back up. I don't think
Okay,
he's
so
going to want to
then,
for you.
yeah,
It's
No.
redirect because Brennan would
redirect
come
there.
back and try to help clean up the mess that Alan Jackson made.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be like pouring soap on a soapy water-filled floor.
Yes.
And you would say, oh, let me just add some more soap to try to clean it up. It just
And it
makes
just
a
gets
lot more
messier.
foamy, messy. And but he could prove me wrong, so we will see. Maybe
He's
he
going
will
to
be
let
able
her
to.
talk. He's going to let her explain it all the way.
Yeah, that is exactly what I think Brennan's going to do,
Mhm.
is let her tell her narrative and talk more about the harassment and all. That's exactly what I think Brennan is going to do. And that's kind of what Lally did yesterday too.
Yeah.
He's just going to let her talk.
The difference is Alan Jackson and the defense hopefully will object to some of that.
I hope so. Throw her off. She'll hate it.
But I will be watching as and listening as I'm going to work on stuff for tomorrow. Plus, I've got to get ready for JT. I pick him up at the airport tonight.
Nice. All right. Well, you have a great
Right.
rest of the day. And we'll be
Bye,
here.
guys.
Bye,
Enjoy.
Terry. Bye, Terry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think that's exactly what Brennan's gonna do. But again, like, so she says, you know, hey, my phone calls, I didn't make those. The Google search, I didn't make those. Like, I know it says it on this paper, but I didn't do it, and some other stuff she didn't do. So if you believe
I can't
Jen,
explain it. I can't explain it.
if you
But,
believe
you know,
Jen,
this-
then you can't believe the data that whiffing that they brought on.
That's
So-
just the thing that I keep going back to is that she doesn't want you to believe some things, but she wants you to wholeheartedly believe a lot of other things. Like, I don't know.
It's very
My words are
frustrating.
unbelief, but
Yeah,
she's
all the police reports are wrong. All of them. Every
well, not
single
all of them.
one. It's wrong.
Only the ones where they talk about her.
Okay, be safe, babe. I did ask Elbow Feet to pick me up some booze. I was like, I'm gonna need some. Thanks. Yeah, she wants you to believe what benefits her. Oh God, she's insufferable.
I was just looking through this link that Angie shared with us in the
Elbow Feet says, I got it.
Courtyard.
Yeah, thanks, babes.
And it's got all the evidence photos that the jurors saw last time.
Oh, yes. And the grand jury court reporter was wrong. And the court reporter from Job 1 is wrong. Everybody's wrong. But don't worry. She has the same answer for everything she said. But apparently it's not the same every time she says it. So
No, because I need to make sure what the paperwork says, even though my answer is the same all the time.
Every time.
I've not deviated.
Because I'm an honest person.
Because I'm an honest person and I'm just
Her
answering
words.
the question truthfully. But I still need to see what I said, even though it doesn't change.
Yep. The official sworn in records are wrong. It's all wrong. Amy Beth says, we're all going to need some. Oh, yes. Yes. We are all going to have to need some booze because it has been a week. It has been a week.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a picture from the view of the front door where she claims that she was watching for John.
Oh, from
Like,
inside
I want
the
to see
house?
what her view was from the door to where his body was.
Yeah. Well, so speaking of that time frame, right? There's a bunch of calls that she did that she's like, I don't know how, the butt dials, right? But then she ends those butt dials, or at some point she says she looks outside and the car is gone. I don't know, just between that time, she'd be running back and forth to the door. You're gonna see him at some point. I cannot get past. Okay, maybe not from the front door. But then when y'all get in your Yukon and you drive right past his body, where the beams will go from the house, span all the way over, and nothing. I have a very hard time getting past that.
But she was turned around talking, so she didn't see anything.
Why was Carrie in the car? I thought Carrie was the chatter, not Jen.
Oh, you mean when they were going to look for the body? Gotcha.
No, I was making a joke. You were right. Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah,
no,
yeah,
then
yeah,
but
yeah.
then when they go
Okay.
look in the body, right? So they're leaving the house, all right? Jen is talking to the two girls in the back seat, right? Because they're all talking. She's having a good time. But when they go with Karen, Karen is there. She doesn't want to freaking talk to her at all in the back seat. She's like, oh, no. Like, what? Okay.
The whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird.
Right. On X, Jen McCabe literally has her phone GPS data mapped out in front of her, and she still won't admit that she stopped at her own freaking house and drove by 34 Fairview before going to Sergeant Lakes. Oh, that's right. She was like, oh, I don't remember. I don't remember that happening. I don't think she did herself any favors with this testimony, to be quite honest. I think she makes herself look even more shady by pretending to be, oh, is it storming again? That was definitely thunder. By the way, got the thunder, you guys. Hopefully that won't be a problem. But I feel like she makes herself look bad because she's clearly putting on a facade for all of this. It doesn't feel genuine. I know she wants to give the pouty eyes.
She does do that with her eyes. She's like,
yeah.
Like,
I don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I'm just a baby.
I'm just a baby. I'm just a mom.
And it's really weird how she just she looked at the jury a lot. Like
too much.
Like an expert witness would.
Like Amber Heard too much.
Yes. It is uncomfortable. If I was on the jury, I'd be like, why you keep looking at me? Because, when people do that, they want you to believe, like, they're trying so hard to make eye contact with you so you're engaged with them and listening to, like, it's weird, okay? I'm used to law enforcement or, like you said, experts. They do this regularly, so that's fine. But it's weird. She looks at them all the time, and she looks at Brennan all the time. And it's like, cut it out.
I noticed that she did that in the what we watched yesterday. She did that a lot with Lally, whatever. However you say his name.
Lally.
So have any of you looked through these pictures of evidence from last trial that Angie linked?
Oh, you know what? I looked through some of them, but I forgot.
There's like 505 of them.
Yeah, let's look through that. We got time. You guys want to look through those? You want to pull those up, Ames? That could be really helpful because I only got through like 10. And then I forgot all about that.
I can't really manipulate them very well, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, she's just dodgy when she doesn't need to be. Why, Jen? Why? No, now, okay, in Travis Rudolph trial, he looked at the jury, but it was authentic. Well, and if you are the defendant and you're on the stand, you should be talking to the jury. They're the ones deciding your fate. But, she's just a witness. In case you didn't know, she's just a witness and a mom. Amy Beth says she thinks Higgins did it. Interesting. Why so, Amy? I haven't gotten into the Higgins rabbit hole. I know that was the one that was apparently flirtationship.
That's where I'm at. Like, I really agree with that. Like, a lot of people buy into the Collins story, and I can see why you would. But I really like Higgins and like the Bryans. I think I like the Bryans.
The Bryans.
The Bryans.
You can never trust the Bryans.
I like the Bryans.
I'm gonna turn your audio up. It was like way down for me. He bolted and hid at the station all night. Again, so weird. I think Higgins and Colin did it because of Colin's knuckles. So Higgins is the what is it? AFT, right?
ATF.
ATF, right?
He's the
Alcohol,
federal,
tobacco, firearms.
the federal ATF guy who has a field office in the Canton PD.
Okay. Is that normal?
I suppose. I don't know. I don't know.
feel like they would have their own offices. Like, for example, here we have an FBI office. They don't just, they have their own little thing. I would think ATF, I mean, it's a federal place. So why?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that if the chat does.
Yes, the getting rid of the phone. I've heard about that. Why was Jen, maybe you guys can explain this to me, because again, it's the butt dial phone calls that I just can't even with. Why does she not want to admit to calling him a whole bunch of times if she was wondering where he is? I just don't understand it. All right, what do we got here, Amy? There's the car.
Yeah, let me see if I can just refresh and go back.
Okay, that is the Lexus.
Okay, so here's the first picture that comes up.
Oh, that's a nice
Exhibit
car.
1. I think that's O'Keefe, I'm guessing.
Yes, in a car. Yeah, they showed that one.
That's his house.
Yeah, I would assume that's one Meadows Ave.
Oh, that's John. John had a whole ass house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I just kind of felt like he had like a condo kind of place. I think it was that angle from the garage there. I don't know why.
Well, I believe he moved into his sister-in-law's house after his sister and his brother-in-law's house after they died to take care of the kids instead of moving the kids out to his place.
So he kept the house for the kids. So oh my gosh.
So that the kids didn't have to relocate. So he moved to their house.
Oh, I don't know why. That's just so thoughtful and sweet. Okay. That house is Brian, the Alberts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where his body was. Okay. Can you zoom in on this a little bit, Amy? Hold on, maybe
Girl, I tried.
Okay. I trust you.
I will try to do a little bit more and see what happens.
That's something, I guess. What is that for?
This is...
Oh, the phone call.
Yeah.
The 911 report, I mean.
Wow. Get to see it all.
Oh, do you need me to go back? Just direct me. I can't see your faces, so if you're really looking intently and I move, I'm on another
You're
screen.
fine.
Okay. So yeah, that just looks like the call log for the 911 call that came in. It says 32 Fairview though.
Right, because she did say in the phone call 32, and then I think it was like 34.
Okay. This looks like it is just another part of the report.
Does it look blank? What's filled out? Oh, I see
It
tiny
looks
check marks. No, it's just small.
In front of 34 Fairview, Canton, EMS. It's marked. I can't read it very well. The 34 transport person must be for they were moving John, maybe. Ambulance transported to Samaritan Hospital.
Ooh, there's thunder again.
You gotta stop that, Ohio.
I know, right? We've had a pretty
It's,
calm tornado season, so that's good. What's this say?
I don't know what this is. It's looking like it's listing the people at the scene, maybe.
Oh, court's back, y'all.
That was fast.
Oops, sorry, guys.
All right. You can move me.
In a moment.
I'm going to still keep looking until it starts.
It's fine. By the way, if you guys want to find all those exhibits, join the Courtyard Discord and ask in the general where you can find them, and somebody will point you in the right spot. Because we're very friendly there. That's where we all hang out. Oh, did you hear that sigh?
Yes. Miss Angie does a good job posting stuff over there.
Mm-hmm. And if you're not familiar with it, we would love to teach you how to use Discord. It's okay.
I'm cold.
All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective alignment, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer, so we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips, so there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
not going to conflict.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is, I should approach the side.
Okay.
Hi. I want to know what the other issue is. There's always all these issues.
She's so annoyed.
I know that she had some of the biggest sighs I've ever heard. I love that energy, though. I'm a sire, so I get it. But I just don't see why they're still arguing over what gets in and what doesn't. I need a dumpster fire emoji. That we do. I just think there needs to be a dumpster fire emoji like on all devices. Like a main one that everybody has. I don't know why I haven't. You're a sire yourself? Yeah, me too. When are they trying to play these clips? After Jen is done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was like, they're surely not going to play them while she's in the middle of cross.
No, I think the defense had asked that they be played when she's no longer up on the stand.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I wonder I know what they're going to do. They're going to play that clip from the documentary where she says, I have no sympathy for any of the witnesses on there. After Brennan lets her talk about how she's all been harassed and all of the things that's been happening. I'm going to call it. That's where I'm putting my money at. I'm totally fine with being wrong, but that seems like a really good place.
I was kind of shocked that they're trying to put video clip, like the defense is trying to put video clips in because they technically aren't supposed to be able to do that.
Mm.
They can't put their own in. They have the defendant. She has to get on the stand and talk. You can't put in like self-serving clips.
Well, maybe it's not her. Maybe they're clips of other people. Because you are right about that. That's right. I didn't even think of that. Otherwise, your defendant gets, you got to take the stand. Prosecution can do that because they can't make you testify. But you're right, on that account. So maybe it's clips of other people.
I don't know what they're doing. That's why I was like, I'm surprised she even said that out loud. Like, we do have clips that we would like to play. I'll see your clips. I'm like, girl, you know you can't play clips. I'm confused. Okay.
But why would they be allowed to do it right after the prosecution does? Wouldn't it be like when it's their case in chief, then they could play them?
Mm-mm.
Or are these like cross clips or something?
I don't know.
No, I mean if they're like of other people.
Oh, I mean, can you even do that? Like, that's hearsay. Like, you have to have them on the stand.
I don't know. I have to see what happens.
Not an attorney.
I kind of feel, I wonder what it would have been like for Alessi to question Jen. Because I almost feel like going with Jackson again, was that a good idea? Right? Because she was prepared to go against Jackson again. What if you would have switched it up for someone else? Would that have thrown her off of her game a bit?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I think Jackson's they all have very distinctive, different ways of doing their thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I think he's more of the procedural guy. Like, he does the tech stuff really well I don't know. It would have been interesting.
It was like really coming down out there. Is that hail? No, it's just rain. Just heavy rain.
But they are talking for a while.
Hopefully defense has video from when Jen made the 6 a.m. search and Karen isn't begging her to do it. Right? I love how she had to admit today that, like, yeah, I'm the only person who said that. Because it's the truth. It's not a story. Somebody also needs to tell her the definition of a story. All right? Because it doesn't mean that it's made up. Right? If I say,
At the very beginning of her, I'll spin you a story. At the very beginning, she uses the word story to describe. Like, she says that we were, getting our stories or, and I was like, girl, you can't use story, and they get mad when they use story. You said story.
Right? She's the worst. I'm like, you know what, Jen, you may not have had the crazy faces this time around, but you still look shady AF.
All right. Well, Jen is almost done. I was going to say done, but she's not. So.
Oop.
Oops.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Let's stare at you, Nettie.
Who does he cross? Proctor? No? Okay. What kind of people does he cross? Has he crossed anyone?
I'm pretty sure that was Jackson that crosses Proctor. It was, Jackson's the one that brings it when it's the big one.
I'll tell you what, if anybody wants to know what a good defense team is, it's these people. I mean, they cost a frick ton of money. Okay, you're not going to get this kind of defense team, unfortunately, with a public defender or anything like that. But this is the kind of, attorneys that everyone should be entitled to, you know, ones that know the case, that do the research, that I think they're doing a really great job there.
Yeah, they didn't have Alessi last time. So it was just Yannetti and Jackson. So
How did Alessi get put on? Does he work with them?
no, I think he like volunteered or something. I'm not sure. Like he asked or
You'll be able to ask him in your interview that you do with him, Buffy.
oh my God.
It's gonna happen. Terry's gonna go out of her way to make it happen.
I know. That's what I'm scared of.
Elbow feet, trying to say he called while I'm live. Also, is that your new work number, babe? You know I don't answer numbers that I don't know. And you have
You know
not
I
given
don't
me.
answer phone calls, period.
That's true. That's very true. My phone's always on vibrate, which is basically silent on this phone. So
Mine too.
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Ryan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Ryan, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you
4
want to go back
minutes.
to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes,
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes,
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Blair.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days,
Yes.
and I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
She is freaking over it. She must not have been able to finish all her lunch.
She didn't have a Snickers.
Yeah, I think one, I'm surprised we're on Brennan already. But now he's asking about her health data and stuff, and I wonder if that's what Jackson's gonna bring up, because we have some of that data over on the courtyard, and I noticed she sure does take a lot of steps at certain points of time, which is very confusing.
I haven't seen all that.
Yeah, I want to say it's like, because we know John took how many steps? It was like 32 or 36
36.
steps or something like that. And that was like 82 or 84 feet. And hold on, let me tell you the time. This is our step counter at 12:35, 39 a.m. She took 148 steps.
That's a lot of steps.
So you guys do that math. Somebody do that math. 148 steps at 12:35.
His phone shut off at 12:32.
I mean, that's
And
all
locked.
the numbers around it are like in the single digits, maybe the 20s of the numbers of steps she took before then. That's the only time during that period of time. And then again at 1:24 a.m., she takes 255 steps.
At what
then
time?
At 1:24, 255 steps. And then at 1:36, 302 steps. And these numbers stand out because they're the only triple digit ones. Then you see them again, 547, 104 steps, 628, 190, 632, 177. And so I just think that's really interesting. Because the house ain't that big. But I think the 12:35 one I find the most interesting. 148 steps.
At what
That's a lot.
time? 12:49?
I'm sorry, 12:35.
12:35. John O'Keefe's phone shuts off at 12:32 and locks. 12:40. Karen's phone supposedly connects to the house Wi-Fi at John O'Keefe's house at 12:36.
Which would have been 40 seconds after those steps were taken.
I need a step count expert.
Yeah, Angie has the heart rate data in there listed right under it. So yeah, if you guys want to see that, join our the Courtyard Discord. You can see the link in the chat, and you can see the differences. Now the heart rate one, I didn't really find too much. I mean, it is pretty high for that whole hour, but maybe it's the ones later that are more later in the morning that are pretty high. I don't know. But yeah.
I'm just
don't move to Canton, Massachusetts. That's true.
I need a map of all the places she moved, like my Fitbit or whatever, when it gives me a map of when I walk around the neighborhood. Or an old one I had. It was a Polar watch that would do that, not the Fitbit. How far? Well, I have to walk pretty far away from my car to lose, or like from my house, or no, from my car to lose Bluetooth. I could be sitting in my house and it'll connect to the Bluetooth in my car.
But if 36 steps is from further, actually, than from the flagpole to the front door, and she had, what, 4 or 5 times as many steps? Where was she?
How tall is she? What's her gait?
Certainly not.
I would have to
but it's
walk
a
twice as
house.
many steps to catch up with people.
I mean, it's a big house, but it's not like that big. And she said everyone was just right there in the kitchen and it's right by the door. And this is also the time where there's all those phone calls to John's phone that she said she
What
did
time?
make. All
And she left at
but-
1:30.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right.
Oh.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
She is so over today. Oh, I like the rope has pockets. It's nice.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. and this would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Right.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection. I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar. Oh, sorry.
She's super annoyed.
She's so annoyed. But again,
Well-
she's annoyed about time. Like, I forget who it was. Oh, Buffy said, blame Jen. Having a freaking look at every single damn thing that's talked about this morning. It's all her fault. Oh, you're muted, babes.
You're muted, Miss Buffy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will rant at the wall. Y'all know that. If she would let them do a speaking objection, so where they didn't have to come to the daggum sidebar every single time to say what they have to say, then, they wouldn't have to. I mean, not even a speaking objection, just ground. Like, they wouldn't have to go to the side every time.
Yeah, it's
So
also
he's
her
like,
fault, yeah.
objection. And she's like, and then she's like, no, like, objection. Like, let's talk about this. Sorry. She's so annoying. She makes things harder than it needs to be and then gets mad when they're hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, approach your arm.
Yes.
No, he's not.
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22. From you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again, to Ms. Roberts, 2/14/15, 1/29/22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2/14/56 on 1/29/22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129/22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129/22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay.
Why are we
And
putting this
text
on the
message,
screen?
is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 129/22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129/22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129/22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129/22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you, was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to number 761, please.
Why is he not putting these on the screen for everyone to see with their own eyes? Does that bother anyone else? It bothers me.
It doesn't bother me.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248?
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
But do you have page 227? Just curious.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy? Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
that's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
Elbow Feet has come to save the day. Thank you, Elbow Feet.
Flower enforcement. Flower.
Brought me 4 bottles of wine.
in trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further
No.
further questions.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming. Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And
wow,
you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
Interesting. I mean, that's what you should do, but also
The text messages.
interesting.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Al, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Jackson. That's how you're ending that?
Thank you.
Buddy.
I feel like there's something more going to happen with that. Can he call her back when he calls his side? So maybe we're going to see more later.
right.
Like,
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
it's going to be Karen's interviews again.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Did we know about Ashley before?
Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's going.
All right, hold that, please.
I thought they all agreed on 17. I don't like their whole Sheila felt like a score. They've been dating for 2 years. Yeah, I
I'm
really wish
sorry.
she wouldn't have done these interviews either. It's a bad idea. Bad idea.
Well, taken out of context, yeah, they sound horrible.
I don't think any of these sound terribly bad. I mean, even being worried that she's going to find him on the side of the road. But I get where they're going with it. But it's not coming across as like a consciousness of guilt sort of thing.
Your Honor, I'm gonna call Miss Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Oh, so they're not playing clip. Okay. Okay.
Who did they call?
Somebody knows. I don't know. I gotta pull up my witness list. There we go. Boy.
Get it together, Llama. For crying out loud.
Well, I'm getting there.
I'm just kidding, honey. I'm just kidding.
I know.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the
Hannah
jury in the matter
Knowles.
now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job
turned it
series
down,
for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities, to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking.
Oh my gosh, like everybody
Again,
that
all
was out
of
that night.
those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Is this blood math?
Now,
maybe?
starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure. Mm-hmm.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
I started doing
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to a blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where It's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. the mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine. Some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
Thanks, babe.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
Oh, maybe it was
so
the other one. Which one do
alcohol,
you
once
mean?
it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
Blood math lady.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach
almost
this to
double.
retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Almost double the legal limit is what they're estimating to be, which, based on what she says she has, is fair. But, Lady in Gray, this was about what I
Thank
was
you,
about to
ma'am. I
say
have no
too.
further
How do you know that she didn't
Mr.
drink
Lee?
more
Thank you, Ron.
later?
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5
I
minutes.
was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay,
nobody's late today.
thank you.
You get 5 minutes?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab
Oh, it is.
you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's
Being
correct.
That
charged
means
with a
that
DUI?
your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent
I see what you mean
external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, The testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Tianetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you.
Why are we ending like 20 minutes early?
You're all set. You can step down, Ms. Tianetti. I think everybody appreciates it. So-
Yes.
She's such a pushy
Jurors,
bitch.
that's
Can't
it for us
stand
for
it.
this week.
Okay, hold on.
Jurors,
I'll have
that's
to give you
it
those
for us
questions in a
this
minute.
week.
I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days, every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shush you there. I'm sorry. That was probably very rude
I
of me
will
to be like,
counsel at
shh.
sidebar.
Sorry, Amy. Looks like we got a full week of court next week. I don't know why she was so adamant that they end 20 minutes early. I can't imagine Cross had that much more to go over, but okay. Yeah, she definitely wants to interrupt that. Yes, there's a kitty and a bee on the show on the banner today. Yeah, they could have ended on that witness. They didn't. I agree. He kind of already proved his point. Like, your numbers come from this hospital. It's just what they gave you. And that's all she did with that was some math. So, Pinterest only jurors. Yeah, we'll wait and see if they come back on the record. I feel like they're going to argue about that. What was it? Clip 17, maybe. So we'll see if they come back. She said she wanted to talk to him in sidebar, so we'll see. It is Friday. That's true. Don't steal my things. Don't steal my things, babe. Jeez. Oh, right where beside Reed. Bells. On the banner. See the little black kitty and the black Buffy sign? It's right there. Actually, maybe bigger than it normally is. So, oh gosh, that witness is boring. But you know what? She's not abrasive or wanting to see every report, wanting to see every note. She knows her answers and she knows what to say and when to say it. And she clearly is just there to report that. She didn't seem hostile about the defense questioning her and all that jazz like somebody else spent several hours doing today. Well, while we're waiting for them to come back, who do you guys rate for the winner for today? For me, the winner is Alan Jackson. I'm not going to specifically say defense winner or prosecution. Alan Jackson deserves all the awards for the patience he has in questioning and dealing with Jen McCabe. Because, oh boy. Oh boy. AJ, chat says Alan Jackson as well. Alan Jackson as well. Yes. Yeah, she actually answered questions like a normal person on the stand, right? Because, I mean, she knows her math holds up, but her math is only based on this one thing. So she's not taking any, offense to them questioning it, because that's how science works. Yes, I agree. I think AJ. Yes. Amy, what do you think? You're so quiet. You can talk again. I unshush you. Oh, are you muted? Maybe that's what's going on. Oh, okay. Uh, I bet Jen has several cocktails tonight. I mean, I know I'm going to. Oh my goodness. Well, wine anyway. Well, she's an expert. She really doesn't have a dog in the hunt. She just reports her findings. Yeah. That's what's called not having an ego. But, did they release Jen or can she call back? I have not heard them release her or anyone else, to my knowledge, that I've heard. So, hunt. Yeah, sorry. A dog. Hunch works. Why not? Jen had cocktails waiting in the car. Well, apparently that's fine, right? Because everybody, or, Karen took her vodka tonic that John drank. Haas to spell hunt. What did you guys think of those clips they played? I thought they were meh.
I don't really know
it's
what the
kind
point was.
of to make it seem like she's a jealous, crazy woman. The textbook, all women are crazy and jealous and fight over a man. This strongly independent woman who has a great career, a house of her own. That's right, you guys. She was jealous like a 15-year-old girl.
I mean, there was no context to why he was even playing. It didn't say anything about him.
No, it's really stupid. How long to run out of the courthouse? Jen's next search. Is that witness done? No, ma'am. She will be back Monday. Yes, as Buffy said. Oh, that's the end of the feed. So there is no more to do with that. But I do have something funny to show you. Hold on. I gotta download it real quick. And it's pretty awful. Okay, but it's so funny. And you know what? Why not? Probably makes me a bad person, but that's okay. I'm just a mom, you guys. So, it's fine. I'm just a mom. Hold on. Nope, that's not right. Who shared this? Polly shared this. Oh my gosh, you guys. Prepare yourselves. Are you guys ready? It's a Jen doll that's been found going around on TikTok. And the reason I bring it up is really because of all the accessories that it comes with. The bullshit meter down at the bottom, the waterfall, the Pinocchio. The I hit him
What are the
3.
ducks about?
I'm not sure. Maybe her ducks being in a row. I don't know. I don't know the context of the ducks. It has Albert the Rock. And some ice skates, and I don't know what all the heads for, but I saw it and I was like, that's freaking hilarious. Peaked 1990 is what her sash says.
Khan of Canton. Jennifer McGoogle.
I'm not sure what the heads are. She has more accessories than any other creation. I think people left rubber ducks on people's lawns. Oh, okay. That's weird. The ducks are part of the harassment. Oh, okay.
Alrighty then.
Okay. It has to do with stuff that goes in Canton because of the trial. Anyway, I thought that was really funny.
Binoculars? What, because she can't see?
Traumatic ducks. Was
The
she fighting off an
waterfall.
army of ducks? Oh my gosh. There's a connection between Jeeps and ducks? Okay, I don't know what all that's about, but yeah, I thought that
Yeah,
was
there is a connection between the Jeeps and ducks. Like, people will put ducks on people's Jeeps in parking lots and stuff.
oh, probably spying on everyone. Yeah. I mean, do I feel bad? I do, but also it's funny as shit. So sorry. It's very, very funny. Anyway, so that's how we wrapped up today, was with Jen, who kept her cool for most of it, but was so evasive that she made herself look even more dishonest and trustworthy, in my opinion. You know, because in the what we watched yesterday, like, okay, you're gonna have some outbursts, some snarls, but this was faking today. It was a whole bunch of faking, fake, fake, fake. Everything about it was, and that bothers me. They're handing out hero ducks tomorrow. Okay. Oh, the Jeep. Okay, that's Higgins had a Jeep with the plow. Is that the one that people keep saying was parked there when the plow went by? I'm confused about the Jeep.
Higgins had a Jeep. It was supposed to have been parked in front of the McCabe's house. At least that's what I recall.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that's the extent of what I remember.
Oh. Why prosecution? Why
no
in the
prosecution.
hell are we calling the blood person, the blood math person now? Why? We already had, like, I think who was her, like, supervisor or whatever. That was like a couple witnesses ago. Why are you bringing it up now?
Well,
ugh, it's annoying. As usually drive by the Alberts. Okay.
what, the Jeep or the Ford? Are we talking about two different vehicles, or is the
Yes.
Jeep supposed to be the Ford? Okay.
Two different ones. The Ford Edge was parked on the street in front of his body when the plow driver drove by. But Brian Higgins drove a Jeep
Okay.
to bore them after Jen. I know, right? Like, why are we bringing this lady now? Oh, Jeep was by the mailbox. Okay. Oh, whoops. Because she won't say she saw the Jeep parked between Karen's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck. Okay.
But I thought she already did say that. Or is that something that was in the report that is wrong because she never said that?
Well, everything that's in all the reports to her is wrong. Ugh.
I'll tell you what's wrong. She's wrong about everything.
She's wrong about everything. You seem so frustrated, Amy. I know Amy's worked up right now. She's just like, oh, these people. These people. That man was from the hospital. She was from the lab. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and
My
I think
confusion
what he
there.
was trying to get the point to about the Yannetti, his questioning of this person, was that there's the hospital who ran the labs first gave the results to the forensic people, and so if the hospital didn't do it correctly, the work that the forensic people did isn't going to be accurate because they did it wrong.
Question
And
for
he's
you.
talking about the accreditation because my guess is that Good Samaritan probably isn't accredited by anything. This is talking my
Is that
world,
normal?
my life.
I know. That's what. Is that
So,
normal?
some hospitals are not accredited. I mean, it is something you have to participate in, so they can choose not to. The choice of not doing it is meaning it's basically kind of like you're putting a stamp of approval on your hospital if you have this accreditation that you've gone. It's saying that you've gone through all these steps, that you're, you know, crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and you have these quality assurance, and what she was saying about her forensic lab, they have that. My guess is that he's going to reveal that probably Good Samaritan doesn't.
Oh, Good Samaritan is not accredited.
So then,
been very established.
Then it could be that they're not accredited. They don't do work based on quality. They don't have a quality assurance check method. They're not a great hospital. And so the results that they gave to the forensic lab is going to be off because of that.
Because it's not entirely reliable. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but
right.
It doesn't mean the numbers are wrong or the test is wrong or that anybody messed up, but it's like...
Yes, but you got it from a non-accredited hospital versus an accredited hospital lab. So it could not be the best of quality work in that hospital. It's kind of like...
Right. Okay, so the last lab guy was there a week ago. A week ago, we heard about the hospital lab guy. And then today we're here about the forensic blood math lady. Why would you put that much of a gap in that information? I think that's weird. Because hospital draws don't test same way as DUI type trial. It's not usually admissible in court for DUI stuff. The host drew the blood but can't do that kind of testing. It was not a back. Her chest is dependent on the info from the hospital. Yeah, that is pretty problematic. That is pretty problematic there.
That's right, Amy. Accreditation carries a little more weight. But it's not foolproof either, so.
Sure. Right.
I mean, I'll just say the Maya case, because that had a whole lot to do with an accredited hospital.
Do you want a nurse working on you that doesn't have a license but went to nursing school, or a nurse that went to school and has a license? Very, very good point. I would just think all hospital labs need to be accredited. I mean, they're running all sorts of tests that are like, life-changing tests. Like, they're pretty freaking important.
Well, I think the point is that it doesn't mean they do it wrong, but they just don't have that extra bit of assurance behind them without the accreditation. It's, it's like, yes, they have the licenses. Yes, they have all of the things to do the testing, but they just don't have that stamp of approval that they're an accredited, an approved, something.
Okay. So it's not unusual for a hospital lab to not be accredited. It's not unusual.
It's becoming less and less usual. I mean, most people, I don't want to get into politics or anything, but I mean, you have to have you don't have to have an accreditation, but having an accreditation also affects the reimbursement that they get from insurance companies. So if you're accredited, you get a higher reimbursement rate kind of stuff.
Okay.
Now, I'm no expert on any of this. I'm just putting that out there, but I will say that from what I know in my lifetime of working in hospitals, that's very much a thing.
The more you know with Amy. Do. No, I think that's a good thing to point out. I'm super glad to have you here today to explain that. And I think, in the court of law, that kind of matters. It bothers me that they're also doing this with just the serum and not, I mean, I understand that's all they could get their hands on, but I don't know how I feel about all that guesstimation made there.
So the bottom line is they're just trying to poke holes and show more doubt on the information for their for their client, for Karen.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you may have run this test, it may show that, but you're getting your information from a non-accredited hospital. So even though the forensic place is accredited.
Angie says, I want to see all their blood alcohol levels. All y'all.
Right? I guarantee they didn't do all of them.
No, I mean, her being...
There is probably so many things missed during that investigation. Like, are there footsteps from the back of the house to where John was found? Because those steps in the back of the house to the basement.
They could have been covered up by then, though.
It could have been.
Maybe several hours.
We'll never know because,
yeah,
looking at some of the pictures that I've seen in that slideshow that I was looking at earlier, it didn't look like there's that much snow.
No, it does not look like there was
I
that
mean,
much freaking snow. What, max 4 inches? Maybe. Even that, I feel like I'm being generous.
I mean, yes, Buffy, you're right. The snow would fill in the footsteps, but depending on how much snow there really was and really did come, because you could still potentially see.
And it's wind. There's wind, so it's going to blow.
Who knows? I'm just saying, what did they see? Did they even look? Was the gate open? Was it shut? Because it looked like there's a gate that goes to the back of the house.
Oh.
Was it open? Was it shut? I don't know.
Jen needs to be investigated. She is just something. I mean, she just sucks as a person. That's all. That's all I have to say about her. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel of, Jen is
Yes,
sus,
Buffy.
is all I got to say about that.
Yes, Buffy, you are.
You have a blizzard one time. One time. But Buffy, you had a blizzard this year, okay? You remember when it was snowing at night? Was it brighter out when there was snow on the ground than when there's no snow on the ground at night? The one time you've been in a blizzard. Let's see. Oh, let's click on the same one there.
Yeah, I didn't watch the first trial, so
They said the gate was shut when they let Chloe out. Interesting, right? Buffy says, yes, I could see everything on the ground. Because the ground is white. It is very bright. It is very bright, even at nighttime.
But some of these pictures I just seen on Twitter of a neighbor that took pictures of the scene from their yard. I don't, all of the red lights, man. I don't know how anybody could have slept with that, unless obviously they have blackout curtains on their windows. But it looked like that whole neighborhood was just bright red from all of the lights.
Oh, I have blackout curtains in my bedroom because, of course, I do. But because ambulances and fire trucks, they'll come. We have some older people who live, so their sirens aren't on, but just the light, and it will still come through just a little portion, reflect on my TV, and I can still know that some emergency vehicle is.
It just seems to me if she's out there screaming, and we've heard her on video, she was loud. I don't think she was
hysterically, according to Jen.
I mean,
it's her favorite
according
word, by
to
the way.
Jen, it was hysterical, but I'm just saying, it seems like there would have been enough commotion, engines running, doors opening and shutting, windshield wipers wiping. I don't know. Just seems like I'm not being serious that would have been loud enough, but I'm just saying that it seems like there would have been a lot of things that would have woke people up in that neighborhood.
What did you think of Jen's comment about how she was not worried about people inside because John didn't go inside? I don't think you were here for this, Kelly, but my thing was, How does she know John never went inside? She left at like 1:30. John could have came back at any freaking point in time. She doesn't know that. She was only there, what, an hour and a half of time? So you don't know shit. You don't know that, Jen. But she did know, she did say in the call that he got out of the car in the 911 call.
He did. How? What car did he get out of?
Mm.
And what time are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they all say he didn't go inside, sure. But okay.
You know,
What's all
the only
these
one that
steps,
didn't say
Jen?
he went inside, Karen. She didn't know if he went inside because she
Yeah.
left him.
Hmm. Yeah, I think over the weekend, I'm really going to take a look at this. Excuse me. Oh my, sorry. I'm really going to take a look at this between 12 a.m. and 1 o'clock timeline with all the different, data points. And John's phone and connections, Jen's steps, all of that, because I'm still a little confused of when exactly it's supposed to be that John was hit. Um, but we're talking about like
Yes.
within minutes, if that's what happened. A very short window of time.
There was one image I saw that I thought was interesting. And this is the thing that's hard about not looking at social media when you're trying to watch a trial and get the information exactly as it's presented to the jury. Because this case is everywhere. So
There's no way it could have gone after 12:32 when his phone stops after. Okay, so 36 steps is 12:32. Okay. Because it's just a couple minutes later when, Jen is walking her little tail off, right? And they want us to believe that 36 steps equals 84 feet. And that's what the data guy scientist wants us to believe. So if we're going to believe him, then we have to believe Jen McCabe took however many 100 plus 3-digit steps just a couple of minutes later. And I'll have Elbow feed do the math. He's the math whiz. He can do like math in his head and stuff. So Karen was connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about just within minutes here. Within minutes. It seems too close. Too close there. Oh, well, you guys, that was a interesting day. What an exciting morning, though. It was really, I know she wasn't as intense as she was when we watched it yesterday, but I really enjoyed watching Jen's Cross today. I'm going to watch it again just for kicks. Blood Lady will be back. Blood Math Lady will be back on Monday. And whoever else Brennan is bringing on, it will be a full week of court tomorrow. So every day next week, Monday through Friday, 8:30 Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. You can join us here on Couch Court with Llama. Let's see. Tomorrow is Harry and JT. We'll be live in Austin, Texas for True Crime and Wine Time, talking about the yogurt shop murders. If you want to see that, become a member because we're going to be streaming it for our members only around 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. If there is some sort of technical difficulties, because this is kind of their first time doing that, it will come out to the members, just maybe not in real time, but probably by the end of the weekend. So be sure to become a member. If not, be sure to like and subscribe to this video and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live Monday morning. Because I think this week was a very good week.
And don't forget, midday missing Monday and Wednesday.
Yes, Monday miss. Thank you. Monday and missing. Yep, Monday and missing.
Monday missing. We're already missing Monday, are we?
Midday missing. Monday and Wednesday. I don't know. I got these people talking in the hallway and kitchen as if they don't know I'm live right now.
So distracting.
I'm a little distracted by them. So it's super fun. Super fun.
And Monday is a couple of missing Indigenous women cases we're going to be covering, which do not get enough coverage out there. They don't get talked about enough.
Very true. Very
Not
true.
my show, but I feel very passionate about it.
Oh, you do so much work for Midday. It's practically you and Sarah's show. Yeah, and Monday and Wednesday, normally Midday Missing is at 1 o'clock Eastern every Monday and Wednesday, but because of this trial and the fact that Terry too is very invested in this trial, during the lunch breaks with court, we will redirect you. We'll be taking a break for lunch. When the court does, you'll be redirected to Midday Missing. You can hang out there, and then you'll be redirected back. There's nothing you have to do. Nothing at all. So that's how it'll go Monday and Wednesday. Again, give you something to do, and I get a break this week, so that's nice. Oh, you got any other words you want to say, Amy? Thank you so much for being here yesterday and today. You guys,
Today was a surprise for me. So
today was a surprise for me too, and I can't
Yeah.
thank you and Buffy enough because I'll be honest, I did that for like the first hour and a half, and I was just like, oh my god, I don't know what all I'm going to say today. And then the
I
dogs.
missed the first hour and a half because I was sleeping.
Oh, it's okay. You're on vacation. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, normally Amy doesn't get to join us for the lives because of, that thing called a job. But she's on vacation, so she finally got to join us. So it was so nice to have her here because she does so much work for the channel as well. Oh, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being here so much. This is so much fun. I can't even tell you how much fun. Is it tiring? Yes. But it is so much fun to hang out with you guys every day. It's just like hanging out with my besties on screen and in the chat. All my besties are here, and I love that. And new besties. We made some new besties who I have seen have joined our Courtyard Discord. So I look forward to talking to you guys this weekend. Love that. You'll see we're a pretty tight-knit group. We all met, us and pretty much everyone in blue. We all met through YouTube chats, watching trials on other channels. And then we all joined Discord, and then we all became friends like 3 years ago. So we know how important chat is and the community is, and we love them all so much. Well, thank you guys all for joining us today. Have a great weekend, everyone. Tag me in Discord if you guys find anything good, especially on Twitter. I love the tea. I really do. And be sure to join us for the members only stream tomorrow. All right. Thank you all. Y'all have a great weekend. And we will see you Monday. Go forth and be amazing, everyone. Bye.